Okay, and I'm playing around in chat. Hello, welcome on in. It is time for the Steins of Gates. Let me get this silly little thing in full screen for us, shall I? Config. Full screen, please, and thank you. There we go. Oh yeah, I guess that's a thought. Cause on Catman's chat before I joined here, we were messing around with like the foliage thing, and I guess I've been following Catman for longer than you've been following me. Not by much, but at all. Some food for thought, I suppose. But anyways, are you ready for the Maho ending? We're slowly but surely getting all the little guys. Me referring to ending as little guys is a little cursed, but that's okay. Maho is very skunkly, yes, she is tinipsy. Let's see. I need to go back to Orbital Eclipse for Maho, according to my little note here. I don't know if I have... Yeah, okay, I have only the one save here in the main saves, so I somehow don't trust that one, so let me see what I have for... No, let's not exit the game. And the little quick saves. Yeah, there's a fair bit in these guys here. I'm not sure how far I need to go, so let's go... Or actually, I can kind of see the date for this one. Okay, I'll go poke at this one then. Yeah, because the date in-game that I need for Maho is the 2nd of January, and that looks to be still firmly in December, so... Haha. Yeah, still before Christmas even. So now we can speedrun from here. Yay! Steins Gate speedrun. Okay, what's in this one? Ryan. About Kaguri, is there something bothering you? Did you find a way to get her memories back? You worried about her? Let's go with the first option. Is there something bothering you? I'm honestly a little relieved that Kaguri lost her memories, oh dear. I'm scared that they might come back. I'm sure she hates me. No. But you still want them to come back anyway, right? Yeah, I guess. Dwelling on the past don't help. It just kind of bothers me. Sorry, don't tell anyone about this. Got it. Being a good uncle. Get back to our speedrun. Gnomes. Mewing through the days. Shrine times. Maybe I played it a little too safe with the save that I picked, but you know. Oh, maybe not, because it's already the first. Do. The soundtrack is a fun time. I like that, like, because of Myri's, like, spread at that one point, flip-flopping, it looked like she did a little dance. That's fun. This is exciting. The sound effects are pretty great. I'll give it that much. Yep. Okay, it was about them letting us know that they're home safe. Okay, I get paranoid. The game hasn't let me down yet about, like, any lines being skipped that aren't, like, yeah, but still, I just, the stress is real. Likoko was sad. Oh, today's the day. Okay, it's in the lab, and it's ignoring a phone call, so we should be good. Just keep... Oh, Karina, big trouble. What's up? Can I wait? Sorry, can't help with that. What's up? Remember what happened yesterday, right? So I was just talking with Naya and Ryan, Then she told me about her dreams for the future. Nice dreams. Oh, I think I remember this conversation. What were they? First one, she wants to get good at badminton. You said first. Does that mean there's a second? Second, she wants to get good at fighting games. Cute line sticker. Third, Hoopa. She wants to decorate the Braun Tube workshop so it looks pretty. Fourth, she wants a telescope. Is that a dream? She says lately she's liked looking at the stars. She must have gotten it from you. Jealous. She seems like she's interested in space. Utsu. Maya's so strong. She's a very strong girl. You're right. Oh, Maya, she's okay too. The daughter sticker. Beautiful. Oops. Okay. It won't take long for us to get to the thing we need to get to another ending. Wee. We're in the lab. Okay. This action is unrelated, but I'll play on the safe side and contact via line. There's a thing I want to ask you. Oh, it's contacting Maho, never mind. Okay, it doesn't matter. Wow. Yeah. There we go. Okay. This is the one we have to ignore to get the Maho ending. Because if I recall correctly, after we answered it, is then we got that little suicide, which is exciting, so. Just as I'm about to put my phone back in my pocket, it rang again. At first I thought that Maho might have forgotten to tell me something, but when I saw the screen I gasped. What's this? Okarin? Who is calling? I stared at the screen, unable to answer. The phone kept ringing. What was the meaning of this? Why would Amadeus, who's been taken over, be calling me? Was this some kind of trap? What should I do? Answer it? Or... I hesitated a moment, and the call from Amadeus ended. My phone fell silent. What's going on? And right after that, I suddenly felt incredibly dizzy and everything went black. Another time, I got this. World line change. There we go. Time change, I guess, isn't entirely wrong, but you know. What? What's going on? You know what's going on. Don't play stupid. 08, huh? Okay, yep. That's definitely different. Amadeus and Salieri. Kurisu and me. Why is Kurisu's sprite so much closer than yours, Maho? I know she's taller than you, but like, come on. These two pairings held a special meaning for me. Kurisu big, yeah. She's up close. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. A famous musician. Known and loved worldwide. Unless your name is Leo Tsukunaga, who hates Mozart. His name at baptism is Johannes Christomus Wolfgangus Theophilus Mozart. Okay. I'd rather talk about the brain science. Theophilus is a Greek word meaning beloved of God. Mozart liked it and chose Amadeus, a Latin word meaning the same thing as his nickname. I see. Learning. At the end of his tragically short 35-year life, he left us over 600 masterpieces. Was Amadeus truly a special person, beloved and granted special, unique gifts by God? I mean, 600 masterpieces is a lot to write. Just saying. I didn't think so. He was a genius, sure, but I think Amadeus had his own struggles and suffering to overcome. I think I got too used to Amadeus being referring to the little program, so like it threw me off when that was followed up with he, him pronouns. No matter how wonderful a diamond in the rough might be, it's worth noting it's unless you polish it. Writing off his success as the result of his gifts is an insult to the effort and struggle he put into his work. But at the same time, if you want to be Mozart, do you need the same level of raw talent he had? There are a lot of people in this world with that kind of talent. Found time to bring up that Mozart indeed jumped around on chairs and started meowing when he was bored? Yes. I love that fact for him so much. Kirisu Makise. To me, that was her. You could feel her talent just by looking at her. Yes, I can feel her brain juices all over. I don't know why I said that, please. Her constant stream of new ideas is always a source of inspiration to me. Inspirational. Okay, I need to stop with the OnStars references, but it's really been specifically Leo this entire time. I can't help it. I was proud to be able to work with her. But I didn't know what I meant to her. It was embarrassing to ask. I always hoped I'd get the chance to bring up the subject someday. No, we kinda can't. She's a little dead. But then on July 28th, 2010... Imagine if it ended up being on July 29th. I don't know how Spooky would feel about that. It's so close. Kurisu Makise passed away. And I lost the chance to find out what I meant to her forever. Yup. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. This is reminding me of fucking Kimeru saying Tatsumi Kazahaya. Anyways. During his life, there was a man very close to him who considered him his greatest rival. His name was Antonio Salieri. I took my account name on the Victor Condria University network, Salieri, from him. The network got a big update a few weeks after Kurisu died. That's when I chose it. I wanted to match the name of the software that Kurisu and I had been working on before her death, which I still worked on to this day. There is no more meaning to it than that. The name of that software was Amadeus. It was Dr. Lex who came up with the idea of naming this neural network-based AI after the genius composer. At the time, I thought it was a good idea, and I still do today. I still do today. Amadeus and Salieri. Kurisu and me. Oh, now Maho's closer. These two pairings held a special meaning for me. Oops. I loved Kurisu. Daisuki datta. I respected Kurisu. Okay, not to bring up All-Stars for the umpteenth time, but that just, like, when Chiaki said, I respect you, Kanata, and then Sophie was immediately, he's in love with him. Just kind of reverse of that, I suppose. I admired Krisu. Here we go. The sense of dizziness that I experienced so many times before slowly faded. I was standing in the middle of the room, holding my phone. There was no question that I was reading Steiner. The world line had changed. But why? What was the cause? Was it that message from Amadeus? No, I could worry about the cause later. For now, I needed to know what was going on. I looked around the lab. The place hadn't seemed to change much, but several people were missing. The missing ones were Kaede, Fubuki, and Ferris. Tether was sitting in front of his PC like always. Mayuri was in the kitchen making instant coffee. She handed the steaming hot coffee to Maho, who was sitting on the sofa. Maho, have some coffee. It'll calm you down. Thanks. I'll take it. Question mark. Maho? Maho was here at the lab. Before the world line change, she should have been at her office in Walkish City. Yeah. Kinda think of it. I hadn't anything to eat all day. You should fix that, Missy. I can't blame you after what happened. Want some food? All we've got is chicken wings and bananas and snacks, though. I mean, it's not too bad of a selection. Or should I get a boxed lunch from a convenience store? Oh, maybe we could order pizza. Now I want pizza. That's mean. Thanks, but I'm okay. I'm not that hungry. I'll need to change hotels too, after what happened. I'll probably have to fill out some paperwork, so I'll be back later. Sure you shouldn't just rest for today? You look pale. You can stay here at the lab if you want. Suzuha's not here, so you'd have the place to yourself. Where's Suzuha? Or is she at the shrine? You're right, yeah, she'd be at the shrine. With Kagari and Lukako. I listened for a while, but all I learned was that something bad had happened to Maho. She was staying here for a while. Did it have something to do with Amadeus being taken over? Hiyajo, what happened? Maho, Daru, and Mayuri all seem stunned at the question. What do you mean, what happened? Oh, I'm just having trouble taking it all in. He's getting better about lying. What happened to Amadeus? Did you get the connection back online? I tried asking, but Maho just frowned, as if she didn't know how to answer. Did that mean that Amadeus wasn't taken over at all in this world line? A Rhine message. Oh, Moika. Aw, come on, Okabe. There's nobody in the Wako City office right now. For real, huh? Moika. Kiryu. Why would she be sending me a Rhine? Why is she speaking? Yes. What? I screamed when I realized that Moika was right behind me. Where did you come from? Thoughts. I've been behind you the whole time. Oh dear. Sure, I may not stand out much, but seeing you look like you just ran into a ghost kind of hurts, you know? She would use the emotes. Were you here the whole time? Thoughts? Yes. Did that mean I told Moika she could come to the lab? What was going on here? What do you mean, empty? She was probably talking about the Brain Science Institute's office in Wako City. No one was there. It's closed. Closed. Thoughts. Moika's fingers raced over the phone. No, I just explained this. There was a gas leak at the lab yesterday. Oof. The facility's been locked down until they determine the cause. Dr. Hiyajo and Professor Luxnanin have moved their lab to Tokyo Denki University in the meantime. Jealous. There was a gas leak yesterday. I didn't remember that. The world line change must have altered the past. So Hiyajo came here. I just told you, remember? That's part of it. But someone ransacked my hotel room this morning. So Moika told me how to contact you. Did you forget? Moika told you, but... This world line is very bizarre. I'm glad you were okay. Did you run into the thief? No, I was lucky. You could say it's thanks to Kiryu. And that was the only bit of luck we had. So that's how. I kind of understood how Maho had arrived here. And by the way, where's Kagari? Daughter looked at me again, confused. Is Kagari not in this world line? But Mayuri smiled. I think she's in Iwate right now. I hope she gets to see her family. Huh? What the fuck is happening in this world line? Iwate? Why Iwate? Where did that come from? That's my question too! They found her family? Yep. So Luca and Luca's dad and Suzu all went to see them. Huh? Suha's with them, so it'll be fine. Hi Spooky, welcome to Confusion, the movie. Family. Iwate. Things have changed more than I had imagined. Same. If Kagari was in Iwate, that meant that we hadn't been attacked last night too. What'd you miss? A lot, actually. But also not a lot at the same time, because we're trying to figure out what changed. So we went back to before we answered the call from Amadeus for the previous two endings for when we first got into a world line change where we saw Kurisu in the lab. So before that, we didn't answer Amadeus's call. So this was like post the attack and like things like that. And from there, Maho had a little monologue thing educating us about Mozart, and then we officially started her ending after that because of the little chapter announcement thing. And now we're figuring out what is different in this world line. And so far, there was a gas leak in the Wako City like lab for Maho's thing. So they're now going to be, like, her little crew is going to be at Tokyo Denki University for things. And Maho's hotel room is still ransacked. And she's going to be staying at the lab. And then apparently Kagari has family in Iwate. So Suzu, Lukako, and Lukako's dad are going to, like, went to Iwate. So yeah, that's the briefing. But it's very confusing. Yeah, if Kagari was in Iwate, that meant we had been attacked last night too. So instead of attacking Kagari, they hit Maho's hotel room. This is getting confusing. That's what I said! I knew it would make her think I was a weirdo, but I had Maho explain to me what happened once more. From what she said, most of yesterday hadn't changed much. Maho, daughter Fubuki, Kade, Nae, and I had all gone to Yonabayashi Shrine. Yay, let's kill Seiji again. Likako, Mayuri, Kaguri, Suzuha, and Ferris were all helping at the shrine in their priestess outfits. That fit with what I remembered. After that, we went to Lukako's house and had a small New Year's party. That's a little different. And then Lukako's father shared some surprising news with us. Oh, maybe that's why they didn't get attacked at the lab then, because they were still at the shrine. He'd found out that someone who might be a relative of Kaguri's lived in Iwate. Everyone is excited, because if they found a relative, it might be the key to getting Kaguri's memories back. So early this morning, Lukako and Suzuha went with them to Iwate. Meanwhile, Maho had gotten a call from Dr. Lixton on her way back from the party. That's when he told her about the gas leak at the office in Wako City. One of the pipes on another floor had some sort of problem, and a small amount of poisonous gas had leaked out into the air. They didn't know what the cause was right now. Until they knew the cause, they decided to shut down the office for safety reasons. Depending on what they found, it could take anywhere from a week to a month to resolve the issue. Maho had a lot of work to do because of the office closure, and she was out working until morning. Then she went back to the hotel and slept until she was woken up by a call around 10 a.m. Miss Kiryu is here to see you in the lobby, ma'am. That's right. I had that interview today, but I thought she was going to call my phone. The battery's dead. After all the chaos last night, I must have forgotten to charge it when I got back to the hotel. She'd fallen asleep without even changing clothes. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and left the room, wearing the same outfit she had on last night. She grabbed her bag, which held a bunch of her documents and her computer, since she thought she did need it for the interview. In the end, that was what saved her. So I went down to the lobby to talk to Kiryu, and then we chatted for a while and came back up to my room. There were so many people in the lobby that I didn't think I could conduct a good interview. And when I got inside, in those few minutes, someone had broken in and ransacked my room. They'd even ripped the bed and pillows open with a knife, so the whole room was covered with cotton. Jeez. I'm no good, huh? I was too panicked to do anything. Afterward, I called the front desk and then the police. After the police got done with their questioning, Dr. Hiyaja still hadn't calmed down, so I decided to message you and have her rest at the lab. Was anything stolen? The cops asked, so I checked, but I couldn't find anything. My wallet was in my bag. And she wasn't out of the room for long. That's right, so maybe the thief couldn't stay long. Knowing you, they'd probably be more interested in your research data than your money, right? I don't have to worry about that. All the data and papers are stored on the university server. Nothing's kept on the computer itself. That's convenient. What about the other thing? The other thing? That laptop and hard drive. I didn't need to tell her that I was talking about the ones that had belonged to Karisu. They're fine. Maho pointed to the bag sitting beside the sofa. They were still in my bag. That's good. I see. And even if someone had stolen them, I couldn't access them without the password. What do you think they were after? If they were an industrial spy, probably my computer and papers. Think the office gas leak has anything to do with it? I don't know. I couldn't say. Maho's smartphone rang. It was plugged in on the corner of the room, charging. Evidently, not charged enough to turn back on. Maho put her coffee cup to the table and stood up. Moika looked at her, worried. Are you okay? Yeah, thanks. Maho took the phone from the charger and looked at it. But she quickly glanced back at me. It's from Kurisu. Sounds. Kurisu? Did that mean the Amadeus hadn't been taken over? Maho answered the call, turning the phone so I could see it. Maho, are you okay? Are you hurt? They didn't get rough with you or anything, right? Kurisu sound? Okabe? What are you doing with Maho? Are you two already that close? Kurisu, please. No. I like her phone brand is Wokio. You can barely see it. I don't think you guys can see it at all because I think that's where my avatar is. But that is the brand of Maho's phone. Wokio. That's not it, Kurisu. I'm at the lab right now. I'm so glad. You're safe then. Yeah, so calm down. How can I stay calm? I called you a dozen times and you never picked up. And when I searched the internet, I saw there was a robbery at the hotel, and it was definitely in your room. I was so worried. Okay, I got it. I apologize. Sorry. Thanks, Kurisu. I'm fine. It's true that I was robbed, but I didn't run into the thief. I'm taking a break here right now. I just forgot to charge my phone is all. I must have really worried you, huh? No. If nothing happened, that's fine. That's... Kurisu didn't seem to have changed at all. Mo explained the events of yesterday to her, the same way she'd explained them to me. So nothing was really stolen. Kurisu seemed to be lost in thought. What's wrong? So were they after the research data then? But they put a lot of effort into learning about Maho-tan, right? They knew what hotel she was staying at, what room she was in, and they were able to hit it as soon as she left. So true. Does it make sense that they knew all that and didn't know there was no research data at the hotel? So maybe they were after the laptop in her bag. Yep. I can guarantee it. But the only people who should know about that are me, Maho, and Okabe. Should, yeah. And me too. I see. So unless the thief was Dottie or I, there's no chance they were after the laptop. I wouldn't be so sure about that, guys. I wouldn't be so sure about that. There was one other possibility. Kurisu put her finger to her temple. It could be my control codes. Control codes? Is that like the admin password? Not quite. I told Okabe about this, I know. There's a space inside the Amadeus system that only I can access. Yeah, you called it a secret diary, basically. That's right. Any access to my systems, internal or external, gets logged in that diary. Let's say someone altered the system to allow them to take me over and control me. Even if they could do that, they couldn't mess with my secret diary, so I had to compare the two and realize that something had been changed, and then restore it. Yeah, got it. And the key to open that secret diary is the control codes? That's right. The Amadeus system and data are all under Dr. Lixton's control, but only one person in the world knows the control codes. And that's Maho. Is that true? Thoughts? Yeah, Kurisu is right. If they were after my research results, that's about the only thing they could get their hands on. Was that stolen? Don't worry. Right, Maho? Yeah. The control codes aren't written down anywhere. Maho pointed to her temple, just as Kurisu had done. They only exist in my head. That seemed like a dangerous way to keep them stored, honestly. If the thief found that out, they'd come after Maho herself next. Still, this is bad news. You're right. They might be after the control codes. I can't leave Japan immediately, but I don't want to be attacked again. I don't know what to do, though. You can stay here at the lab until things calm down. Or do you want to come to Mayushi's house? Thanks, Mayuri. But I can't ask that of you. It hadn't happened in this world line, but I still found myself remembering the attack on Kagari. Neither Mayuri's house nor the lab seemed safe. So you all came to me, Nya? That's right. An hour later, we'd all gone to Ferris's condo. We all talked about it a lot. Decided the best thing to do might be to have her stay at your condo for a few days. I don't know how to say this, but... Maho seemed hesitant, but Ferris crossed her arms and nodded, satisfied. You made the right choice, Nya. This condo is protected by the best security systems money can buy, Nya. And Kuroki is here too. Kuroki? The butler you just met at the door. He's a real butler. Yeah, but why does that matter? Listen. Kuroki is the ultimate butler. Huh? I'll pass on explaining any more than that. Honestly, I don't know the details myself. Is Kuroki one hell of a butler? I didn't think it was a good idea to ask him either. He's just an amazing guy, that's all. It's not a problem for Ferris at all, Nya. You can use the guest room in the back. You can stay for more than a few days, Maho Nya. Just stay here as long as you're in Japan, Nya. Maho Nya? Don't question it. Accept it. That is your fate now. Huh? What is it, Kiryu? Thoughts? Interview. Oh yeah, that. We need to interview Dr. Hiyajo. Oh, that's right. We were supposed to do that today. We can reschedule and meet at a coffee shop somewhere. I've got it, Nya. Huh? Moe Nya can stay here too. Ferris. Huh? Uh-huh. That room's plenty big enough for 2 people. And you feel better with another girl around, right, Maho Nya? Maybe, but... How about it, Moe Nya? Moe Nya? Wait, Ferris. That's... I was about to say it was dangerous. Like, okay, you could be around her. At least, I still didn't trust her. But... I think it's a good idea. God damn it, daughter. Kiryushi does some dirty work herself. And she said she knows self-defense, right? Thoughts? Yes, I guess. She's a lot stronger than me or Okurin. But... Well, Moe Nya. I don't mind. But it's settled, yeah. Would it be a bother having the two of us? Don't worry about a thing, Nia. Ferris was an only child, so it'll be like having a big sister and a little sister, Nia. They're both older than you. What? I'm an adult! Thoughts. In the end, my opposition to it was completely ignored. Ferris is very cute. Yes, 10 out of 10 with Ferris again. I feel like I've said that before. That's okay. The next day was the last day of New Year's break. I came to Akihabara for the third day in a row. I wanted to visit Ferris's condo and check up on Maho. Thoughts?
Yeah.
No, that's not right. I'm here to check up on Moeka Kiryu. Maho and Moeka had ended up staying together yesterday, without anyone really thinking about it. Moeka would get to interview Maho, and Maho would feel better having someone around, so this was probably the best option. But he knew something about Moeka that no one else did. Moeka Kiryu was around her. She didn't know self-defense. She knew how to kill someone if she needed to. But who was she trying to kill? Mayuri, apparently, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. In this road line, I wasn't looking for the IBM 5100, or making a time machine. The rounders were probably ignoring us. For better. Definitely for better. Thoughts? I know that in my head, but... Even on the last day of vacation, Akihabara was as lively as ever. Hours were shorter than usual, but everywhere from the appliance stores to the maid cafes were still open. In fact, there were lucky bags and special New Year sales that you could only get today, and some customers had come for those. I can read. The sidewalks were filled with girls in dazzling kimonos who had come from the nearby shrine, as well as the usual Akihabara otaku. The place was even more chaotic than usual. Come to think of it, Make Me should still be open too. Ferris and Mayuri both said that they were working there today. Then it was just those two at the condo. Huh. Kuroki should be there too, I guess. That's okay, right? It was hard to imagine Moeka doing anything to Maho, like, for example, attacking her. Moeka had no reason to do that. But even if I knew that in my head, it didn't make controlling my emotions any easier. It had bugged me enough last night that I'd barely been able to sleep. If I saw the two of them living together without any kind of problem, maybe I'd feel better. I hurried to Ferris's condo. Welcome, Master Okabe. Kuroki, the butler, welcomed me. He was the ultimate butler, who'd taken care of Ferris after her parents died and left her all alone. He'd still helped her in her work and was one of the few people that she trusted completely. I'm sorry, sir. The mistress is out at the moment. Yeah, I know. I came to see Hiyajo. The two of them are in the guest room. Please come in. Thank you. Let me know if you need anything, sir. Kuroki spun around 180 degrees of the same trained and effortless movement as always, then went to take the shortest path back to his room. Oh dear. He must have tripped, because he staggered slightly and stopped. My apologies, sir. Are you alright? Perhaps I'm tired. How embarrassing. No. No. I'll be fine once I get a little rest. Excuse me. I'm just waiting for the world line where Ferris is a cat-themed vigilante superhero, to be honest. I mean... fair. Ferris. Anyways. His expression didn't change, but the tone of Kuroki's voice was slightly embarrassed as he headed for his room. And that's rare. He's usually so robotic. I can't believe I just saw him stagger in front of the guest. He said he was tired. Has something been stressing him out? No, for now I need to worry about Maho. Yajo, you here? Click. Nokobe, come in. But what the hell? I was stunned as I came into the room. It was definitely the same guest room I've been in several times before. Probably. But everything about it had changed. First, the bed was gone, and had been replaced by a big desk and a low Japanese table. Maho was sitting at the desk, glaring at a 16-inch laptop as she sipped coffee from a mug. There was a small laptop on the low table, and Marika was kneeling directly on the carpet in front of it, legs splayed, tapping away at the keyboard. Behind them was a steel bookshelf, and I could see English language journals and fashion magazines sticking out of it. Until yesterday, this had been a guest room. In less than a day, I had been transformed into Maho and Morika's workspace. It's almost done. Can you sit over there? I'm almost done. I think I read that wrong. Oh well. Maho put down the coffee cup without looking away from the screen. I guess the dog also has to object. Like you did, Spooky. Damn bitch, you live like this? Yeah, accurate. I think the dog's still having a moment. At least I hope he is, because goddamn. Maho put down the coffee cup without looking away from the screen, which is filled with complicated and constantly changing 3D graphs. Dots. Yeah, I heard the other dog too. Trust me, I heard both. Marika tapped at the key silently, without even bothering to look at me. What the hell is going on here? Did the world line change again? I quickly covered my mouth with my hand, but the two of them were so engrossed in their work they didn't even respond at all. That's fortunate. There we go. When she hit a stopping point, Maho spun around in her chair to face me. Hello, Okabe. She didn't seem to think anything was out of the ordinary. Did you come to see how I was doing? That's nice of you. Yeah. Sorry to have you come all this way, but I have to do Moika's interview right now. That's fine. But can you explain how this room got wrecked? Wrecked? I think it's quite a nice environment. It wasn't this much of a mess yesterday. Maho seemed confused for a moment, but finally seemed to understand what I was saying. It's dangerous to go walking around, so I have to do my research here, right? So I reorganize things to make it easier to work. Reorganized? This went far beyond what I would call reorganization. Neither Dardo nor I were very good at cleaning, but we weren't this bad. Did you get all this together yourself? That's right. Cutie said she'd write her article here, so we came up with a list of all the furniture and materials we'd need. Right? Thoughts. Where'd you get a desk and bookshelf on such short notice? I can write articles anywhere, but I'm a bodyguard, so I need to stay by Hyaja's side. Yeah. Thoughts. You're so far behind the times, Okabe. Hello? You can get most anything off the net in a day these days. I mean, sure, but like... I asked Dr. Hyaja what she wanted and ordered it off the net. Guys, you're just staying here temporarily. You have just bookshelf and overnight shipping money in 2010? You're just a journalist, aren't you? I mean, I guess you're not just a journalist, but like, I don't imagine Steins paying her that much. I'm jealous. Agreed. I was sure. Sure of what? No, nothing. I thought the world line had changed and I hadn't realized it. But evidently I've been worried over nothing. Did you put the desk and bookshelf together on your own? We asked the butler. He's really amazing. That's why he's tired, you fucks! Oh. So that's why he was tired. That explained a lot. But just hearing all this had exhausted me. I found a place to sit down and... Oops. I got my foot on something. I looked down to see a thick book. Its pages open. What's this? Leave that there, because I'm going to read it later. Make sure you don't turn any pages. Later? About 19 hours from now. That's a rough estimate. Please just use a bookmark and close the book, Maho. Like, for the love of anything. You've got a bookshelf. Why not put it away if you're not reading it? I'm gonna start reading it again soon, so it makes no logical sense to put it back on the shelf each time. That's not a very scientific approach. Okay, but at least close it! Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, maybe ADHD, but like, damn, bitch, close the book, use a bookmark. You dread to see Maho's web tabs? Honestly, same. Honestly, same. Is that how it works? I looked at the floor and saw 4 other open books. That wasn't all. The carpet was strewn with papers, used cups of instant ramen, bath towels, handkerchiefs, and other things. It's literally been one day. Both of you. Their old clothes were lying out too. I saw a skirt, a t-shirt, a blouse, socks, tights, and other items of clothing. It was a lot like this when I'd visited Moika's house in the other world line before all this. Right, Moika's also messy. But like, I thought she was just depressed. Cause she was gonna fucking kill herself, you know? Evidently neither Moika nor Maho were the type to worry about keeping things clean. There was enough space around the low table to move, but there was enough junk around where Moika was sitting that it would be impossible to sit next to her. Can I move anything that's not a book or paper? Go ahead. Okay. I mean, yeah, Moika is probably still depressed, but like, she wasn't at that low point that she was at, you know? She's doing a lot better than that. So they given their permission, I leaned over to pick up a pink towel. Huh? It wasn't a towel, it was a pink bra. How did you confuse a bra for a towel? Whatever. You know what, you get the point with his little na-na-na-na. My brain utterly failed to process this new development, and I froze with my hand still holding it high in the air. Drop it. Oh my god, it's just nuts. Moika was looking up at me blankly. It's probably her bra. No, this is, well... No! Don't take a picture, Moika. Okay, okay, that's mine. I thought you were gonna fucking take a picture and use it as blackmail, Jesus. You can't go touching a girl's underwear. Oh, bro, with the same texture as a fucking towel? That sounds horrendous. Like, that sounds absolutely fucking horrendous. I couldn't help it. What do you could say something else, Rintaro, please. I know you're flustered. I screamed and threw the bra away. Dots. More dots. Moika glanced downwards. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Her hands quickly moved to cover her chest. I didn't mean anything by it. More dots. Just say that you thought it was a towel. At least, if she doesn't believe you, you were at least telling the truth. You said nothing that could literally make it better. I couldn't help it, sir. Shakes him. I tried as best as I could to get it out of my mind, and then found a space in the corner that was still relatively clean and sat down. Drinks are self-service. The fridge is over there. There's a round pink fridge in the corner, with plastic cups on top. You bought a fridge too? It's so convenient having a fridge at work. Poor Kuroki. You don't have to leave to get drinks, so the only time you have to leave the room is to go to the bathroom. I guess this is what happens when you get two people together who lack basic survival skills. Yeah. That's just your subjective opinion. I don't think it's so subjective, sweetie. I prefer to think of it as a space maximized for creative output. I'm not sure about that either, sweetie. Huh. It looked like I've been worried over nothing after all. So true. If nothing else, Moika didn't seem to feel any animosity toward Maho. Maho seemed to be enjoying the company. The thought of the two picking out furniture together honestly seemed kind of cute. Honestly, yeah. I was glad I came to check on things. I'd be able to sleep just fine tonight. With my task completed, I could have just left, but I decided to stay and watch the two of them a while longer. Alright, Kiryu. Ready to start the interview? Okay. Monika closed the laptop and moved it to the side, and started to go through her bag. So, what exactly are you doing here? An interview. Thanks. Oh, hello, Nigiri. You got you a mini fridge? At long last, huh? I hope it's been treating you well. An interview? I thought you knew that, Okabe. Why are you questioning that? We were supposed to do it in the hotel yesterday, actually. I'm working on a special magazine for a business magazine at ARC Rewrite. The special is on the front lines of artificial intelligence research. You love having a mini fridge in your room. I mean, if I got a mini fridge for my room, that would be pointless as fuck at this point. Because I can just walk to the fridge, no issue. Don't have to go down a hallway, just... yeah. Perks of living room. Not really a perk, but you know. Oh yeah. I was supposed to write about Dr. Hiyajo, which is done and what she's working on now. I can't find all that much on the net, but that doesn't make it for a good article, you know? So I thought maybe I could start with a long interview with Dr. Hiyajo. That's fair. I didn't expect you to be so serious about your job. Thoughts? I like to write. Never would've guessed. Never would've fucking guessed. In the Alpha World line, Monka's job was just as a cover to hide her work as a rounder. And even then, she'd been fired for incompetence as I recalled. True. But in this world line, she seemed to have... She seemed to be a hard worker. Was she actually working as a rounder? She's done so much for me, so the least I can do is help her with her work, I think. It would be good for me if more people learned about artificial intelligence, too. You ready, Kiryu? Yeah. Mika nodded and the interview began. Or... it didn't, actually. Thoughts? Beautiful silence. 10 out of 10. Well, this is a problem. I knew Kiryu wasn't the talkative type, but I didn't think it was this bad. More dots. I'm sorry. Even I could tell that Monika was doing a horrible job. It wasn't even it wasn't even an interview. Instead of asking questions, Monika just sat there with a memo pad, ballpoint, and a ball pen in her hands, completely unmoving. She looked like she was about to cry. Oh no. Maho and I tried our best to help move things along, but it didn't work. What should we do? Try again another day? My deadline is... It's tomorrow, isn't it? My schedule is really tight. I see. Then we should finish it today. But I don't think we can turn you into an extrovert right away. True. Dots. I'm sorry. Monika apologized in a soft, thin voice. She still looked like she could cry in frustration at any moment. Do you not have a list of questions prepared? Oh, no. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not blaming you. That was just the prep work. I'm listing the conditions we need to examine in order to solve the problem. The problem? Yeah. We want to complete the interview. That's the problem. And so if Kiryu can't do it, we need someone else to do the job. But like... Okay, so if that's an option, does that mean she has a list of questions prepared? Like... Someone fairly well informed about information science, too. And also, someone who can help right now. Oh. The two of them looked at me at the same time. Saw that coming. Huh? Do you mean me? I guess that wasn't a very hard problem. Think you can do it, Okabe? No, I don't know about this. You're perfect. It's pretty similar to your major, so you can ask solid questions. Okay, so she doesn't have questions prepared. Why would you ask to do an interview without questions prepared? You got enough latent talent for Dr. Luxinians to fall in love at first sight after all. Don't flatter me. I'm just your typical Japanese university student. I'm joking, but I do think you're perfect for the job. No, but... Ask for me too. I could pay a little. Okay. Moika sticker. Quickly, one day ship from Totoro Fedora, a sash, a note card that says press. Oh dear. Oh dear. She's the type to send multiple stickers on her own. I say as if I'm not the same type, but you know. I haven't done it in a while, I don't think. An interview, huh? Yeah, that would give me an opportunity to observe how they lived, and also give me some pay. It wasn't a bad idea. I've been spending enough time at the lab over the holidays that have been cutting into my work hours. And lately I started to dream about going to Victor Condrey University too. Wait, did he say work hours? You have a job? What's your job? Huh? The chance to talk to Maho Hiyajo, a very talented AI engineer, was invaluable. A lot of people probably would have paid money for it. I'll do it. I'm interested in your work too. If you want my help, I'll be glad to. Thanks. That really is a big help. Thank you. Alright, let's start, Kiryu. How are we going to get this down? I'll record it. Moika took out a voice recorder and put it on the desk. I could take the lead, right? Someone give her a hairbrush. Maho, please. Like, it's cute that you're all fluffy, but, like, you need a hairbrush. Please. Anyways. Yeah. Talk freely. I'll edit it later. Fair enough, I guess. What should I ask? Oh, here's an idea, Okabe. Ask questions. Yeah. Just so we're clear, I don't know much more about AI than your average Japanese person. I'm not sure that's entirely true, but... I could just talk about whatever occurs to me, but... Why don't we make it a discussion format? That would be more interesting, I'm sure. The second she said those words, my mind filled with the memories of the past. Well, sure, a discussion format would make things more interesting. Okabe, what's wrong? You okay? It's just the PTSD, don't worry about it. There's Crunkly, then there's the 2D character who almost looks matted. Yeah. Huh? Both Maho and Moiko were staring at me, confused. Only Maho is looking at you in this image, but that is okay. If you don't want to do it that way... No, it's just fine. Sorry. I just remembered when Kurisu said the same thing as you. Kurisu did? When? In a different world line, don't worry about it. When she came to Japan, she gave a speech at the ATF on the time machine. No, she didn't. Yep, she didn't. That happened in another world line. In this world line, Kurisu died before she ever gave that lecture on the time machine, or came to the lab. No, that must have been mistaken. I'm sorry for getting things off track. Don't worry about me. Yeah, I guess that's okay. So, where do we begin? Let me see. Research into artificial intelligence began almost at the same time computers were born. The core of the AI we're creating is based off of what's called neural network technology. This technology was first proposed in the 1950s. ENIAC, the world's first von Neumann architecture-based computer, was announced to the world in 1946, so basically the same time, right? I would like to say, for the Kaguri ending, there was no tips, so all of a sudden having tips again is not surprising, but a startle. Okay, ENIAC. Electronic numerical integrator and computer. Jesus. The very first computer built in 1947 in America. It was used to calculate artillery tables, and the mathematician John von Neumann participated in its development. It used over 17,000 vacuum tubes and was over 1,000 times faster than existing electronic calculators. However, vacuum tubes at the time were very poorly made, and several would break and have to be replaced each day. ENIAC is often called the world's first general-purpose electronic computer, but others, such as the Atanasoff Berry computer, existed before it did. Thus, it is more precisely described as the first computer that became widely known. Fair enough. Von Neumann architecture, a type of computer architecture first proposed in 1946 by mathematician John von Neumann. Almost all modern-day computers use von Neumann's architecture. Early computers made no distinction between what we would now call an OS and a program, and were composed entirely of a physical wiring, greatly limiting their potential. Von Neumann's system was one where not only data but a program itself could be loaded into hardware memory as needed from an external source and executed. But I do not miss reading all these complicated things. we've already read those though. At the time, computers were basically magic. Once the program was done, it would automatically solve any problem for you, no matter how complicated. Well, that's still true today. So scientists at the time decided that if they wrote a program that was even more amazing, it could solve even more problems. They felt that the ultimate evolution of the computer would be one that could think and learn like a human. But unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. Even now in the 21st century, we've been unsuccessful in creating an AI with general-purpose intelligence like a human. Of course, it's not like we've been sitting on our butts and doing nothing. It's the exact opposite. We failed to create the ultimate artificial intelligence, but we've succeeded in bringing all kinds of benefits to the field of information science. For example, OCR technology, which scans an image and reads the letters on it, is similar to the methods that humans use to recognize letters. Interesting. Optical character recognition technology, the technology that allows the computer to read and recognize letters written on paper. While humans can easily read text composed of letters, it is extremely difficult for a machine to do so. At first, it was a problem in pattern recognition, which is a field of AI research, but OCR technology has advanced to the point that it's used in many commercial services. Amazing. I've heard some rumors that before long, smartphones are going to have voice recognition built into them too. I guess voice recognition wasn't in phones yet in 2010? Huh. Or does it mean like recognizing like someone's voice as their voice? Rather than like being able to... Okay, what does it mean by voice recognition? Like, just Siri being able to understand what you're saying, or like Siri knowing that it's you? I guess is the ultimate question. Because like at this point I'm pretty sure both. Oh really? I didn't realize that. Huh. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, voice recognition did end up getting built into smartphones soon. Like Maho has said. Because it's like January 2011 for them, so... Damn. That was also a field of study in AI research. But even 60 years after the field got its start, no one succeeded in creating an artificial intelligence that has the comprehensive capabilities of a human. Except for Amadeus, of course. Why did no one succeed? I suppose the simplest way to say would be that we don't know how the brain works. Yeah, that's fair. Maho tapped her temple with her index finger. There's still a lot about the brain we don't know. How can a biocomputer made of just 100 billion neurons possess such power? You remember not having Siri until you had an iPhone 5? Huh. I mean, I didn't have a phone at all until, like... I don't remember what iPhone was out when I got my first phone, but, like, my first iPhone was the 5C. You had a iPod Touch before then, yeah. I never had an iPod Touch or iPod anything when I was younger, so that's part of why I probably don't remember the exact order of things coming out. But interesting. Why do you find it funny that you had an iPod Touch before you had an iPhone? I think that's a pretty common pipeline for anyone that's not an adult. Yeah. How is it capable of recording and instantly accessing such a huge volume of information? Your first phone wasn't a touch phone? Yeah, exactly. That would be part of why you would have an iPod Touch. My first phone was a touch phone. I didn't have a phone until like early high school, so... I mean, I guess I very technically had a phone before then, but it didn't have phone service, so I don't make it count. Like, it was no more impressive than just having a toy phone from like Walmart or something, so... Why is it capable of things like insight, where two seemingly unconnected events are put together? I could come up with all kinds of examples. There are a lot of problems that humans can solve easily, but that computers can't solve at all. There are. Plenty. You could say that our job is going through each one and solving it in turn. I think I'm having a little trouble seeing where you're getting at. Can you give me a concrete example? Maybe I'll tell you about the frame problem. Let's say Kiryu was a robot. I mean, she certainly acts like one sometimes. Moika had been taking notes, but she suddenly jerked up when her name was said. I'm a robot? Moika, please. No, 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 no. Kick might still be a thing, to be honest, but I don't know anyone that would use it still. More accurately, the AI loaded it into your robot. Kiryu, I'd like to use that table. Can you move the voice recorder a little? Moika moved the voice recorder from the table to the floor. Maho started to rummage through her bag as she did so. I'm sure it's in here. Oh, here we go. She took out a small white box, small enough to fit inside her tiny hands. She opened it and extracted the contents. You apparently have 50% of the CG now. Ah, it's an Oopa. It was an Oopa, the same thing Mayuri collected. Why does Maho have an Oopa? In a box, no less. I love this image, though. This is a good image. Best image. Oopa in a box. It still peaks. Maho handed it to me, so I took it and touched it. It had the texture of an eraser. Eraser Oopa? Mayuri gave this to me yesterday. Cute, huh? That would explain why you have an Oopa. Was it really? I never quite understood what girls, particularly Mayuri, would find cute. Hello, look at it. Look at its little face. How could you not realize that's cute? Okabe, get your head checked. I returned the Oopa to her. She put it back in the box, closed the lid, and put the box in the center of the table. I'm gonna do a simple experiment right now. Okabe, order Kiryu to take the Oopa out of the box. Order her? That's right. She's an AI, so just enter her a program so she perform the right movements. The right movements. They should be as simple and as specific as possible. For example, there are a lot of boxes in this room. But you need to tell her to open the one on the table, and not any of the others. You only get to send words. No pointing and saying this box. Kiryu, do exactly what Okabe orders you to. Do only what he says, as faithfully as possible. Got it? Okay. Let's start the experiment. Okabe, go ahead and give your orders. I didn't quite get the point of all this, but I decided to just say the first thing that came into my mind. Open the pure white box on the table, and take out the contents. Kiryu, that's your order. Open the pure white box on the table, and take out the contents. Do as you were told, as faithfully as possible. Moika's gaze moved from me to the box on the table. Dots. More dots. I can't.
え
Huh?
箱を
You
開ける
just
だ
have
け
to
だ
open the box, right? I pointed to the box in the center of the table, not certain as to what was going on. Monika just looked back at me, clearly upset. Maho nodded, satisfied.
仕方がないのよ
She can't help it.
ほら
Look. Maho picked the box up and showed me the other side.
なんだこれ
What is this?
でアルテ・ベルフェルト
They're out of Vertenich. I don't German. I'm so sorry.
神はサイコロを振ら
God
ない
does not play dice.
Einstein
Something Einstein
言葉よ。
said. I should have looked at the tip, but I forgot. A phrase found in a letter written by the theoretical physicist Albert Einstein to his good friend, theoretical physicist Max Born, in December of 1926. In English, it translates to God does not play dice. Einstein made great contributions to early quantum theory, but he was skeptical of the field's central idea that quanta behave in a probabilistic manner. This phrase was intended to express his disagreement with the idea.
これが書いてあったから
Kitty couldn't
桐
open
生
the
さんは
box because
箱
of
を
this,
開けられな
right?
かったのよそうよねそう
That's right.
え
Huh?
そうなのか
Is it?
なんで
Why? Because it's not just a white box anymore.
文字が書いてある
What about those words
命令
mean?
に従えない
You
こと
need
に
you
何
can't
の
follow the
関係がある
instructions. Dots.
真っ白じゃ
It wasn't pure
ない
white.
から
え
Huh?
桐生さん
Kitty,
あなたは
you're
正しいわ
exactly correct.
岡部さんの命令
Okabe's
は
orders were to open
真っ
the
白
pure
な
white
箱を
box
開
and
け
take
て
out the
中
contents,
身を取り
right?
出せだったですでも
But this
この
box
箱は
isn't
真っ
pure
白
white.
じゃない
It's got something
文字
written
が書
on
いてあ
it.
るものそれで桐生さんは
That's why she wasn't
箱を
able
開
to
けられなか
open
った
it.
の人間と違って
Computers aren't like
コンピュー
humans.
ターは
They're only
与えら
capable
れ
of
た
doing
命令を
exactly
忠
what they're
実に実行
told.
しすぎるのねだから
So you need to be
命令の設
extremely
定は
careful with
慎
how
重に
you
やらなきゃ
order
いけない
them.
の
Maho put the box back on the table. You couldn't see the letters from where I was.
もう一回だけやってみまし
Shall
ょう
we
か
try it again?
岡部さん
Look away.
今
Try
の
to
を
come
踏
up
まえ
with
て
some appropriate
適切
orders
な命令
based
を
off of
考
what
えて
you
みて
just learned.
なるほど
I see.
つまり
In other
さっき
words,
は
the program
真っ
was
白だと
the
余計なことを付け出してしまったからダメだったんだ
The problem was that I said pure white when I shouldn't have, right?
そういうこと
That's right.
だったら
So I should try
もっと
making
シ
it
ンプルに
simpler.
いこうテーブルの上の
Open the
箱を
box on the
開けて
table and take out the
中身を取り出し
contents.
てくれ
桐生さん
Kiryu, do what Okabe ordered you to. Exactly what he said. Nothing more, nothing less.
忠実によ
Mocha turned her gaze once again from me to the box on the table. Dots. More dots.
できない
I can't do it.
今度は
Now what's the
何が問
problem?
題なんだ
Mocha's brow wrinkled a little. She pointed at the box on the
こ
table.
れ
This.
箱じゃ
This isn't a box. Huh?
え
Same reaction. Maho burst out laughing, as if she couldn't contain herself any longer. Her smile seemed more childlike than ever.
桐生さん
Kiryu, you're a wonderful test subject. I didn't think it would go this well.
思わなかった
I had no idea what was going on.
どういうこ
What
と
do
な
you
んだ
mean? Maho turned the box around and explained the trick to me. これは... That might be the kanji for box, but I don't know. Or, no, I should know what box is. I should know that kanji. Fuck. I should have done my kanji review today. I don't think I did that yet. Fuck me. But basically it says this isn't a box. Yeah, it definitely is that. これは whatever box is in Japanese, the one I. Beautiful. Yamaha turned the box around and explained the trick to
こ
me.
れは箱では
This is not
な
a
い
box.
また書き足
You
したの
wrote
か
something on it? Oh, he said what it was. I think he said Hoko or something like that. That's what I thought it was gonna be, but self-doubt.
この言葉が書いてあ
These
った
words
から
meant that Kiryu couldn't tell for sure if it was a box or not, so she couldn't open it, right?
だから開けられなかったそうよねそう
That's right. No, no, no.
表面に
It
何が
doesn't
書いて
matter
あ
what
って
it
も
says. A box is a box, right? But it says it's not a box. The way the box identifies matters, Rintaro.
人工知能
An
に
AI
それは
doesn't
わ
know
からない
that.
わ。
You need to tell
箱
it
という
exactly
の
what
が
a
どういう
box
ものなの
is.
かを丁寧に教えてあげないといけないの。今回は
For this experiment, we assumed that Robo Kiryu had a basic idea of what a box was. But as you've just seen, adjust the information they receive even a little, and AI won't do what you want it to. Also, there's only this one box on the table, but if there were a square stone that looked just like a box, you need in order to differentiate the two. If the stone was on top of the box, you first need to give it in order to move it too. So you need to remove each possibility, one by one.
そんなの
You'd never be done,
キ
huh?
リがないな
Yep, never. You don't know what conditions can affect the AI's judgment, so you need to include every possibility you can think of. Kiryu, what did you have for breakfast today? For breakfast today? What was this about? A jam bun. Did you have any choices besides jam buns for breakfast? A meat bun. If you chose the meat bun, your actions might have changed. You need to take that into account too. Also, there's the weather as well. It's clear out today, but if it was raining, you might have to take that into account. There's also the temperature and humidity of the room. The color of the table is important as well. Also, you need to measure its height from the floor and know what type of material it's made out of. That curtain's open, but what if it was closed? You'd also need to test the cases where it was half open and 75% open individually as well. The cleanliness of the curtain might play a factor too. And when's the last time it was cleaned? You also need to consider how much you paid and the cleaner's attitude as parameters. And... Stop! I had to stop her before she went any further. There's no way this morning's breakfast could influence whether or not she picks a box up off of a table. Let alone how clean the curtain is. So couldn't you just take them off the list? Maho's eyes began to shine. That's it. That's exactly right. Huh? You're exactly right, Okabe. Breakfast and the weather have nothing to do with opening a box. Then... But how did you know that? Huh? Well, I mean, normally... And then finally, I understood the point of the experiment. Maho nodded, satisfied. That's right. And Aya doesn't know what normal is. I see. That's the frame problem. An AI needs to consider an endless number of attached conditions to know how to execute an order. The vast majority of those conditions can probably be ignored, but the AI doesn't know which to ignore. Which means it has to consider everything. But everything is an infinite set, isn't it? If it has to examine an infinite number of conditions, it will never be able to pick up that box. A human knows without having to think of that breakfast and the table's color have nothing to do with opening a box. But an AI doesn't. A human can easily frame which conditions need to be accounted for, but an AI can't. So that's the frame problem. I see. Interesting. Isn't it? But why are humans able to create a frame? We have no idea. It's been one of the mysteries of the AI field for 60 years. One of the goals of the Amadeus project is solving the frame problem.
クリスを見ていると
When you look at
一
Kurisu,
見
it may
フ
feel
レーム
like
問
she
題を
solved
解決
it,
しているように見える。でもどう
but we
して彼
don't
女がそれ
know
を解
how.
決できているのかがわからない。それどころか
In fact,
クリス自
neither
身
does she.
も分かっていないのよ。
分かってない
You
って
don't know.
アマデウスは
Didn't you
君
make
が作ったんだろ
Amadeus?
仮説だったら
I
いく
can
ら
give
で
you
も
a
あるわ
dozen
よ。
hypotheses if you want
でも
them, but
数
we got
学
no
的には
mathematical
証明で
proof.
きていない。第一、私が
And
作ったの
anyway,
は
what I made
人
was the
間の脳が
mechanism for
蓄えた
extracting
記
and
憶をデータと
digitizing
して
human
抽出し
memories,
て脳と同
and
じ
then
よ
an
うに
AI
駆
that
動す
executed
る
them
人
like a
工知
human
能メカニ
brain.
ズムよ。トータルでは脳
It's
の
a
挙
total
動をシミュ
simulation
レー
of
ト
the
している
brain,
けど、
but that doesn't
そ
mean
の
we
全
know
て
how
を理
everything
解しているわけでは
works.
ないわ。地球と同じ
We
だ
know
け
that
の
if you
質量を
create
持
an
った物
object
体
with
を
the
作れ
same
ば
mass as the Earth,
1G
we'll
の
have
重力が
gravity
発
equal
生
to
させられる。
1g.
だけど、重
But
力
that
の
doesn't
発
mean
生
we
メ
know
カ
how
ニズムを
gravity
解明したことに
works.
はならない。そういえば分かりやすい
Is
か
that
しら。
easier to understand?
全く分かりやすく
Not a
は
lot
ないが
easier, but I see what you're getting at.
人間のように動
You've
く
created
人
an
工知能
AI
は
that
でき
works like a human, but how it works like a human,
それが
you
なぜ
don't
人間
know.
のように動くのかは
そういうこと。
That's right.
でもこれだって
But that's still a
人工
huge
知能研究におい
advance
て
in
は
AI
画期的
research.
な発展なのよ。神経細胞の
Research to
挙動を
simulate
シ
the
ミュレート
functions
す
of
る
a
研究
neuron
は
have been
以前
going
から
on
行
a
わ
long
れていた
time,
の。だけど
but we
効
never
率
found
的
a way
に
to
機能
create
するデ
data
ータ
that
を
would
作る
function
方法が見つから
effectively.
なかった。人間が何十
That
年
data
も
is
かけて見聞き
complicated,
して
intertwined web
整
of
理
everything
分
that
類して
humans need,
脳の中に構
characterized and
築し
stored
た
in their brains
と
over
んでもなく
decades.
複雑回帰なデータ。
つまり
In other words,
記憶か
memories.
そう。
Exactly.
この
The
記憶と
structure
いう
of
デー
memories
タの
has
構
been a
造が
mystery for a
長
long
らく
time.
謎のままだった。けれど
But thanks to
クリスの
Krisu's
研究のお
research,
かげで
we were able to extract
ひと
an
まず
entire
記
set of
憶を
memories
丸
and
ごとデジタル
digitize
変
them.
換して取り出すことに成功した。未だにその
We
デ
still
ータ
don't know
構造
how
自
the
体
data
は未知だ
itself
け
is
ど、
stored,
そ
but we
れ
know
を
how
デ
to
ータ
use
とし
it
て使
now,
うことはできるように。
それが
and that's
アマデウ
Amadeus.
ス
ええ、
Yes,
そういうこ
that's
と。
right.
人工知能研
This
究で
happens a
は
lot in
こ
AI
ういう事象は
research,
多いのよ。でも
but someday I'm gonna find out what human intelligence really is.
人類が持つ知能の正体をね。その時
And then,
私は
Kurisu,
ようやく
I'll
クリスを
finally. Oh, suddenly it fell silent in the middle of her sentence.
どうした
What's wrong?
なんでもないわ。
Nothing.
他に聞きたい
Is
こと
there
はない
anything
か
else
し
you
ら。
want to know? It doesn't have to be about the
フレー
frame
ム問題に関係なくてもい
problem.
いわよ。
There's a lot I wanted to ask, but it felt like we had more than enough for Moika's article. I looked at Moika, who hesitated a second before speaking.
何かしら、キリ
What
さ
does
ん
it, Kiryu?
人工知能
Is it
が
possible for an artificial
人間の
intelligence to
能力を
surpass human
上回るものになる
capabilities?
ことはあるの？
面白い質問
That's
だ
an
わ。
interesting question.
現時点でも
In terms of knowledge, Amadeus probably surpasses anyone in this
ここ
room.
にいる私たちをすでに超えているでしょうね。クリスの記憶を
She
有
has
してい
Kurisu's
るわけだ
memories
から
after all. There's no matching the knowledge of a There's no matching the knowledge of a genius. I've gone up against Kurisu any number of times. I learned that the hard way.
でもそれは
But
あ
that's
く
just
まで
comparing her
私
to
たちと
us.
比べた場合、クリスのベース
The
は
memories
ク
for
リス
Kurisu
本人。
come from
つ
Kurisu
まり
herself.
人間の記
In other
憶よ。
words, they're human memories.
これが人
We'd
間の
probably
能
need
力
to
を
think
上
about
回って
whether
いる
this
と
can
みなすか
truly
は
be considered
検討が
surpassing
必
a
要でしょ
human's
うね。
capabilities.
ただし、
But it won't be long
人間
before
の
we
能
get
力
an
を
AI
上
that
回
does
る
more
人
than a
工知能
human
ができる
can,
まで
I
は
think.
あとちょっとだと思うわ。もともと研究者の
Scientists have
間
been
で
saying
は
for a while
2050
that by
年くらいに
2050,
は
AIs
人
will
工知能が
surpass
人
humanity.
間を超える時代が来ると言われているの。いわゆる
They call it the
Singularity
singularity
point,
point, you see. I don't like that. Singularity point, a theory proposed by mathematician Werner Vinge and inventor Ray Kurzweil. I don't know. The phrase refers to a point in time where an AI is created whose intelligence exceeds our own. In Japanese, it is referred to as the technological singularity. The theory states that when this singularity point is reached, all further development will be done by AIs, without any human intervention, and a non-human centric civilization will begin to develop. This will mark a major paradigm shift in human history. Kurzweil also said that the singularity will occur sometime around 2045, and many other AI researchers, while they disagree on the exact date, say that it's going to happen as well. Opinions are divided as to what role humanity will play after this. I wonder if this theory has any has anything to do with like the plot behind Citus, because I feel like that's like kind of along those same lines, sort of. If that makes sense. I don't know. Amadeus' arrival should bring that day much closer than we've anticipated. Thoughts?
ありがとうござい
Thank you.
ました
You're welcome. A machine that's
機械
better
の
than a
人間
human,
を
huh?
上回る
It seems like something out of a movie.
映
that
画みたいな
possible?
話だな。
Huh? It's hard to believe I'm hearing that from an engineering student. You can't fly like an airplane, can you? And you can't run faster than a bullet train or do math as fast as a cheap calculator. Even right now, the abilities of a machine far exceed those of a human. Nobody can say the brain will be the only exception. There's no miraculous mechanism in the world that science can't explain. It's all physical phenomena, you see? Once you know the underlying principles, you can recreate it artificially. My job is to solve the riddles we don't have answers for and make a true AI. How does that work for an interview, Kiryu? Thoughts? But Micah just stared at her memo pad and didn't look up. Kiryu. Machines can't feel. I feel like you're missing that a little bit, but that's okay. I mean, if you figure out what it means to feel, then we could artificially recreate that and add it. So I'm not sure she's missing that. Kiryu.
これで
Yes,
十分
this is plenty.
きっと
I'm sure it'll be an
面
interesting
白い
article.
記事になる岡部君も
Thank you too,
Arigato.
Okabe. You don't think that AI will ever get to that point? I mean, who fucking knows? Most certainly not I.
あ
Yeah.
俺も興味
It was
深く
really
聞かせて
interesting.
もらったよ。
The singularity is the basis for a lot of science fiction. The androids dream of electric sheep, Blade Runner, iRobot, Ghost in the Shell, just to name a few. That makes sense. She's so cute when she's not trying to kill us. So true, Moeka is indeed adorable when she is not trying to kill us. I wanted to talk a little more, but both Maho and Marika seem to have work to do, so I decided to leave.
すべては
It's all
物理
physical
現象
phenomena, huh?
か。
Maho thought exactly the way most AI researchers did, that there were no black boxes in the human brain. But I knew the truth. There were things inside the brain that science couldn't explain. Thoughts?
リーディングしたいなって
Just what the hell is reading Steiner anyway?
何なんだろうな。
Do androids dream of electric sheep is the same as Blade Runner? Huh? Like, are they in the same universe, or... I don't know enough about either of those to really know what you're saying. Oh. Two names for the same novel? Okay, so, like, not even what I was thinking. He listed them both mostly to pad the list. I see, I see. You were trying to be cheeky. Oh, you have it? You should lend it to me, because I want to read it. I want to have some reads. It's provided that it isn't a very long book. You're reading it currently? It's good? Then I should read it after you. Sharing is caring. Once again, so long as it isn't particularly long. Was it ever going to be scientifically explained? Oh, Maho's perspective now.
危ない危ない
Wow, oh, oops. Maho quickly choked back her yawn and then looked around to see if anyone saw her. Maho is indeed sleepy. There were other people doing the same thing she was, leaning up against the railing of the bridge and killing time. Of course, they were all too focused on themselves to pay her any mind. She'd planned on spending the day at Ferris's house, taking care of the paperwork left over from the office's temporary closure. And you didn't know Blade Runner was an alternative title, you just knew the movie Blade Runner was based on it. Huh. You see, we're all learning now. Yeah. Oh. Lixinen jump scare. But this morning she got in a call from Dr. Lixinen that had sent her hurrying to Tokyo Denki University. Tokyo Denki had, it seemed, offered them a temporary room at the school while their office was closed. Dr. Lixinen had called Dr. Izaki at Tokyo Denki, who had given it to them without a second thought. So now she had decided to pay the new office a visit and discuss what they planned to do for the future. The Kanda campus for Tokyo Denki University wasn't that far away from Akihabara, it seemed. Sure, it's a nice day out, though. Ihiyori. The sky that poked out between the buildings that had the clear color that was unique to winter. She spent the whole of yesterday cooped up inside her room, so the cold air felt good. She crossed her arms and reached upwards. Stretching Maho sounds. She sure is late, though. The reason she was standing here was that she was waiting for Moeka. Oh, there she is. Sorry, almost there. No hurry, take your time. Thank you. She didn't have to come all this way. Maho didn't know the way to Tokyo Denki, so Moeka had kindly offered to take her there. That's sweet. She'd asked for something in exchange. I want to take a picture of you, Dr. Hiyajo. Oh, probably for the article, right? I want to put it in the article. Yeah, I saw that coming. Maho didn't really like having her picture taken, but if Moeka was nice enough to interview her, she wanted to do everything she could to help. Moeka had gone back to her home to get her camera. She said it was close enough to walk, so Maho had decided to just wait. Is this so gonna go south? I have no idea how, I just know it will. I mean, it is Steins Gate, so... She's always so excited on Rhine, though. She closed her phone and looked up. And then she saw Moeka directly under the bridge, running toward her. Sorry to keep you waiting, Dr. Hiyajo. You didn't need to hurry so much. You want to take a break? No, I'm fine. Moeka went around in front of Maho and started to walk ahead. Thoughts. The year had just started and the subway was empty. Maho decided to take a closer look at Moeka, who was standing next to her, standing next to her and grabbing onto one of the handles. Meow, welcome on in, Catman. How's it going? How was the rest of your stream? Question mark. Moeka realized she was being watched and tilted her head. Then she took out her phone and started to type. Question mark. Went well, no depths. Nice. Maho's phone suddenly rang at the bottom of her bag. Killed a siren that turned your birth person against you and almost killed one of your own. Oh dear. She just received a Rhine message. What's up? I see, so we can talk on the train like this. It feels strange talking to you online when we're right next to each other. You didn't look like you were doing well. It might have just been my imagination. Moeka's expression didn't change much, but Maho thought that didn't mean she had no feelings. When she looked into Moeka's thin, pretty eyes, she could see that she was an interested observer of many things. Oh, how's my stream going so far? Pretty good. Still mostly confused. No deaths so far, no character deaths, fortunately. It is indeed very Steins Gate, yes. Maybe that's what you expect from a writer. Dots. Sorry to worry you. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Sorry. I'll make sure you get to Tokyo U, or Denki U, Dr. Hiyajo. It's weird being called Dr. Hiyajo. Bah, it's weird? Yup. You don't have to call me doctor both in the real world and online. Let's be a little more informal. Sorry. But then what do I call you? Just call me by my name. That's what you do for Okabe, right? Jealous. That's because he's a student and younger than me. You can treat me the same way. We'll be roommates for a while, and we're both about the same age. So how about we call each other Moeka and Maho? Friendship. You would never tell by looking at them, but Maho and Moeka were only a year apart. And Maho was 21 and Moeka 20, which meant that she was the older of the two. You sparked a watch streak. Do I share it with the creator and mods? I mean, you kind of already did by saying that, but if there's a special button for you to press to do that, sure. Because I don't know what that is. Maho couldn't help but wonder what kind of deal you had to make with God to get that height and those voluptuous breasts. Hello? You feel like you've watched more this month? I mean, I feel like you've watched a lot. Oh, you should do the followage command here and see how long you've been following me for, because I don't know. One year, 6 months, 13 days. Amazing. I think Ifumi has you beat out. I don't remember exactly what Hifumi's was, though. Nope, there's Fuki. 1 year, 10 months, 2 days. Okay, your turn, Hifumi. I know I did it for you at the beginning of the stream, but yeah. 1 year, 7 months, 12 days, 3 hours. Okay, Spooky's the winner. Spooky's the first follower for everyone they follow. I mean, it definitely feels that way, doesn't it? But I am pretty sure Spooky actually was my first follower. Because as soon as I, like, spoke in your chat that one time after I made my account, he followed me instantly. I'm just like, okay. No way. I've never called anyone by their first name. I'd be too nervous. Then how about Kiryu and Hiyajo? Please be one of the few friends I've got in Japan. Aww. Got it, will do. Okay. Then try saying it now. Startled Moeka sound. Moeka suddenly jerked upright and opened her eyes wide. Here? No. Yeah. Maho nodded at Moeka's whispered question. The Upa. If we're doing it, I want to start now. But, like I just said, I'm really not good at talking to people. Really? I thought you were just nervous because Okabe was with us last night. Like, you're the kind of person who gets nervous around the opposite sex. It's true that when I talk to men, I get even more nervous. In other words, when it's just girls, it's not so bad that you can't talk. Well, maybe. But since we're both girls, let's get along. I know, how about this? When it's just the two of us, how about we try to talk in person instead of Ryan as much as we can? I'd be less bored with someone to talk to. If you're going to be a writer for a magazine, I think it'd be a good chance to practice, don't you? That's a good handful of Mayuri stickers there. Okay, I'll do my best. No. Monika seemed to steel herself and then turned towards Maho. Thoughts?
いやじゃ
Yasho. No.
よろしく
Thank you for your help with
お願い
this.
します
Yeah,
え
you too.
えよろしく
Kiryu.
ね桐生さん
The train arrived at their station. The area around Tokyo Donkey was quiet. Monika told her that the surrounding areas were offices and government buildings, which meant at this time of year there was almost no one around. She felt bad, but decided to have Monika wait outside. The school was still on break, so she could have waited in one of the rooms on campus, but Monika had refused. She's too cute, really makes the events of the first game that much more tragic. So true.
じゃあ終わった
Okay,
ら連
I'll
絡
call
す
you
るわ
when I get out. She split up with Monika. Maho got lost on her way to to Izaki's lab. The school was completely empty because of the break, so she couldn't ask anyone. In the end, she had to call Dr. Luxinen and get detailed instructions. A letter was taped to the door marked Dr. Izaki's lab. The letter had a photo of a smiling Dr. Luxinen, along with some low-resolution text that looked like it was directly printed from a PC screen.
世界脳
For
科学
immediate
総合
release,
研究
Global
機構
Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization, Japanese Office Prep Room.
の設立
The founder of this establishment, Alexis Luxinen, has a request.
これをご覧の
If
皆様
everyone who saw this
全員から
donated just $1, I could eat a can of Odin right
す
now.
ぐにでもおでん缶が食べられます
Please.
相変わらずこうい
He
うのが
loves
好
this
き
stuff
ね
so
教
much.
授は
No matter how formal the setting, when the professor wanted to tell a joke, he'd do it. He really just was like a child. But his carefree personality let Maho and Kurisi relax and enjoy their work. That's... Suddenly remembering Kurisi made her heart ache a little. She suddenly realized that her sudden change of address, coupled with the living with the person she'd barely even met, was taking its toll on her. Today she'd finally get the chance to talk to her again. Or more accurately, the memories she'd left behind. Quite literally.
教授
Professor?
レスキネン教
Dr.
授
Lex Nenenen. When she stopped inside the lab and called the professor's name, the giant in the back came running to greet her. Hey, Maho. Thanks for coming. Welcome to our powered-up prep room.
は
Huh.
あつまりこの
So this
テーブル
table
と
and two
ソファ
sofas are
2
our
つ
powered-up
が
prep
パワーアッ
room,
プした
huh?
準備室なんです
Yes.
Yes. They say simplicity is the secret key to the truth. Do they not?
誰の言葉
Who
ですか
says that? I do. The professor clapped his hands and laughed. Maho ignored him and went to sit on the sofa. He didn't seem hurt. Now then, about our future plans. Oh dear, an ad. I will patiently wait for you, Spooky. Just a few minutes between us, me and you subscribers. Let's say bad things about Spooky. Just kidding. To be fair, Luxinen does seem like a fun boss. I'm not sure anymore, given the Kurisu ending. That was the Kurisu ending, right? Where all that fucked up shit happened? Yeah. Like, we don't know his involvement with that, so... I unfortunately assume he's pretty involved, though. It's so fucking exciting. Welcome back from your ad break. Now then, about our future plans.
あーすみません
Oh, sorry.
アマデウス
I
を
wanna
立ち上
boot
げ
up
るのでちょっ
Amadeus.
と待ってくだ
Just
さ
give
い
me a second. She took out her laptop and put it on the table. Her OS, a Linux variant customized for research purposes, booted up and displayed the login screen. Maho typed in her account name the same way she'd done 1,000 times before. You're matching with Maho, Spooky. How cute. OS, operating system, the basic software of a computer that controls the entire system and allows other programs to operate in parallel. Linux, an OS software developed in 1991 to be compatible with the universal purpose Unix OS. At the time, Unix was extremely expensive and not easily available, so Linus Torvalds, then a university student, developed Linux as an alternative. The code is open source, and programmers from all around the world contributed to its development until it reached the point where it could be used for commercial purposes. Many modern web servers use Linux. Wee. Salieri. Vods. For just a moment, she stared at the letters in her account name. She quickly put in the password and called up the desktop. And before long, Kurisu appeared on the screen. It's been a long time, Maho. Before we get any further, Spooky. I don't know how long the rest of this stream is going to be, because I don't know how much Maho ending there is. But at what point would you consider too late to possibly go to Ralph's again tonight? Because they do close at 1 a.m. When they close, I guess. Fair enough. So I guess depending on where we're at like midnight, I might ask you to go by yourself to get me just the pasta salad. Because honestly, that was a lot more filling than I thought it was gonna be. So, and just the idea of the pasta salad beckons to my soul. Plus, I'm just hungry, so yay. Anyways, back to our little science-y things. A long time. We just talked 2 days ago. And that was an emergency. It didn't count. And even besides that, we haven't gotten to talk much lately. It's not my fault. We were testing. During Okabe and Kurisu's communication test, Maho and Dr. Luxinen had avoided talking to Amadeus to keep from adding noise to the experiment. Not that Okabe's talked to me a lot lately, though. Are you two maybe meeting without telling me? Kurisu. You were together 2 days ago, after all. But I told you it's not like that. Where do you get these delusions that everything in the world is about romance? It's not a delusion. It's a highly accurate hypothesis based off of calm, dispassionate observation and analysis. If you like that stuff so much, maybe you should have majored in it. Though given how totally wrong you are, you probably wouldn't have graduated, let alone get your doctorate. Dr. Luxinen brought his hands together in an exaggerated motion. It feels like it's been so long since I've seen this. It used to be I could always find you wherever you were on campus. Because I could always hear you yelling at each other. Come on, Professor. Stop joking around. It just means that you're very close. You two are like sisters. Now, let's get this meeting started. We need to talk about our future plans. The person who uses their time most efficiently wins. That's another that's another of my great quotes. I want some music. Kurisu, can you play me something? Sure. A soft piano melody began to play from the laptop speakers. This.
先輩
Maho, do you remember?
私と先輩の
It's the song that brought us
きっかけ
together.
の曲ですよ
Are you guys in a romantic relationship? Jesus. She'd never forget. It was what had brought them together a year ago. And it was the symbol of their relationship. A year ago, in September of 2009, Kurisu had officially joined the Brain Science Institute. She completed the graduate school's doctorate program in May of that year, and had only turned 17 in July. Wait, so Kurisu has a doctorate degree? Jesus Christ. Look up at Kurisu Maho Polykilowatt. Oh dear. Maho herself had joined the Brain Science Institute at an extremely young age, but her record had been beaten by quite a lot. Kurisu was a genius. Everyone who met her could tell. Dr. Lissanen had been Kurisu's advisor during the program, so Maho had met her several times. And that was enough to tell her that Kurisu was different. Kurisu never showed off her own talents. Actually, she didn't seem to think of herself as particularly intelligent at all. But that actually made it a little hard for the people around her to approach her. Whenever you talked to Kurisu, you were forced to realize there could be a gap between you and her that could never be erased. She learned later from Dr. Luxinen that things had been the same in grad school. It was rumored that was the real reason she'd come to America from Japan at the age of 11. No matter what she wanted, no matter where she lived, she was cut off from the people around her. And that was what it meant to be a genius like her. Since Maho was a girl too, and close to her in age, she actually considered Kurisu more of a rival. Since they were working in the same field, they were going to be compared, and she didn't want to lose. Maybe that was why Maho had never thought of going to talk to her. And Kurisu was so busy learning how to work at the lab that she'd never come to talk to Maho. But then 2 weeks after Kurisu came to the lab, a certain classical song had changed their relationship forever.
再セット
And play. There are two types of people in the world. Those who worked better with music, and those who worked better with silence. From a brain science perspective, the idea that you could concentrate better with music was sheer nonsense. Whether you're aware of it or not, the sound was vibrating your eardrums, and your brain was continually analyzing it. Whether there were ever a public debate on the subject, Maho would want to take the first position, Jesus. Theory and feelings were different. You could concentrate best with music in the background, and you could be more creative. But there was one condition.
流していて集中で
The
きる
song
音
has to
楽は
have been composed
モ
by
ーツァルトが
Mozart.
作曲したものに限る
Huh? Never mind. I'm not gonna start an argument with a fictional character. Maho whispered to herself as she turned toward the computer. She'd been running a patch on some equations for 2 full days, and had been finally completed. Today she was going to spend the whole day analyzing the output. It was Saturday, so she was the only person in the lab. This was the one day she had for she had this whole huge space to herself. So she decided to play Mozart's 11th Sonata from the speakers, not her headphones. She didn't intend to pay any attention to the music. This is more like a ritual she needed in order to concentrate. It was a warm-up exercise before she could dive into a sea of numbers and equations. When she dove in, she wouldn't need it anymore, so she simply stopped hearing it. She stopped seeing everything around her too. All she saw was the numbers and equations. All that was in her head were numbers and equations. All that was left was a thinking machine named Maho Hiyajo. Her mind left behind the bonds of her physical body, and the speed of her thoughts accelerated toward the infinite. It was time for another fun journey.
おはようございます
Good morning. Startled Maho sound. Someone suddenly whispered in her ear, and Maho jumped out of her chair, lost her balance, and fell. She looked up and saw Kurisu staring down at her, beginning to panic. I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd be so surprised. Kurisu,
驚かせない
don't scare me like that.
何度
I called your name a bunch of times, but you didn't seem to hear me. Oh. Maho stood up and sat back in her chair.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry, I was focusing so much I didn't hear you.
はい
Yeah,
そ
I
うだと
thought
思って
so.
ました
Then you shouldn't have just left me. Then you should have just left me alone. Maybe Kurisu could tell she was thinking that, because she quickly added.
申し訳ない
I
とは
felt
思ったん
bad
です
about
が
it, but since I'd run into you on a
せっかく
weekend,
休日
I
に
thought I
先輩とお会いしたわけ
should
だ
say
し
something.
挨拶しておきたいなってそれに
And you
まだ
seemed
作
like
業
you
を
just
始めたば
started,
かりの
so
よ
I
うでした
didn't
か
think
ら
I'd be a
お邪魔
bother.
にはならないかなって
今来たの？
Did you just get here?
はい
Yeah,
私
I
だけ
thought
か
I'd be
と
the
思
only
ったか
one
ら
here.
驚き
I'm
ました
surprised. Looking at the manufacturer's website for your Kurisu plush, it looks like the only Steins plushies they've made are Kurisu for different Upas and feature gadget number 1. What was feature gadget number 1 again? I don't remember. I only remember feature gadget number 8, unfortunately. At least by number, anyway. Then Maho realized something was strange.
あなた
You said
今
you
来
just
たっ
got
て言った
here,
わよ
right?
ね。だったら
So how do
な
you
ぜ
know I'd
私
only
が
just
作業を
started
始めたばか
working?
りだと分かったの？
Oh,
それは
because bit particle gun. Okay, never mind. I still don't remember that one, but fair enough. Kurisu pointed to the speakers.
まだ第一楽
You're
章
still
の
at the
頭
start
で
of
し
the
たから
first movement. Ah, that makes sense. It's a ray gun. You're a ray gun.
ケッヘル331モーツァルトピアノソナタ第
K331.
11
Mozart's
番
Piano
一番
Sonata number 11 in A
第一楽章
major. First movement. Nerd. Anyway. Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11 in A major, the Turkish March. K333. I read that wrong. That's okay. It's a number. Refers to the song's Kochel number, which is a numbering system developed by Ludwig von Kochel for the purpose of indexing all of Mozart's works so that people worldwide could have a standard method of referring to them. Kochel numbers are given in order of the time of the song's creation, but as new works are discovered or is actually discovered that a song actually came out in a different year, they are sometimes updated. In the latest version of the Kochel system, the Piano Sonata number 11 in A major is K6.300I. However, the original numbers were popular for many years and are still commonly used today. Amazing.
お
Thoughts?
あなた
You
モー
like
ツァルト好
Mozart?
きなの？
かじった程度です
I just know a little about him. Okay, are you being tsundere over a fucking whatever?
それにモーツ
And
ァル
it's
ト
really
全
more
般
that
と
I
いうよ
just
り
like
は
this song.
この曲が好きなんです世間的には
The
トル
Turkish
コ
Mark
行
is
進曲の方が有名ですけど
The Turkish March is more popular, but
私は
the melody
こ
in
の
the
第
first
一楽
movement
章の
feels so
静
much
か
more
な調べの
pleasant,
方が
doesn't
心
it?
地いいですね
Turkish March, the third movement of Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11 in A major. The sonata is composed of 3 movements, but the third movement is particular. The third movement in particular is exceptionally famous and often performed on its own. A normal sonata consists of 4 movements: an allegro, a small movement such as an andante or a largo, a dance movement, and a faster finale. Since the piano sonata only has 3 movements, it violates the standard structure, but this can be considered another example of Mozart's genius. The third movement of this piece, Rondo alla Turca, is very famous. If you look it up, you'll recognize this melody. I already recognize it being called Turkish March. But, you know, I digress.
私も同意
I
見よ。
agree.
よかった
I'm so glad.
私も
Whenever I'm
気合を
really
入れて
trying to
集中
focus,
す
I
ると
put
きは
Mozart on in the
BGM でモー
background.
ツァルトを流してます科学者としての
That's not a
発言
very
ではないで
scientific
すけど
thing
ね
to do, I know. Maho couldn't help but laugh as she realized Kurisu was saying the same thing she'd said earlier. In the 2 weeks since Kurisu had joined the team, Maho hadn't been quite sure how to deal with her, but now she wanted to know a little more. So she used the signal her co-workers always used when they wanted to take breaks.
コーヒーでも飲む？
Wanna get some coffee?
賛成です。
Sounds great.
先輩に
There's a bunch of stuff I wanted to ask you. As she watched Kurisu follow her, filled with energy, she was reminded of the pet dog she used to have. Please. But later she would realize that was one of the things that made Kurisu cute. You compared it to a fucking dog, I would hope you consider her cute. She got 2 hot coffees from the lab coffee machine, and the two of them talked about the research for a while. It must have been a strange sight. 20-year-old Maho and 17-year-old Kurisu debating the latest developments in cerebral physiology while drinking coffee out of paper cups. Cerebral physiology, the study of the cerebrum, the part of the brain that controls human and animal actions. In recent years, the field of AI has achieved many things with a technology called neural networks that mimics the structure of the human brain. Because of this, one popular approach has been the use of an information science-based approach towards cerebral physiology. All of these tips are making me miss the Kaguri ending, because there wasn't a single one. But the two of them realized that since they never had someone of the same sex and age to work with, these conversations were a big help to both of them. Having the older Maho and round must have been a particularly big help to Kurisu. Once in a while, Kurisu would still call her senpai, the Japanese word for an upperclassman or more senior colleague. You know, I once heard that Einstein liked to play the violin. Violin. He seems to have a lot of respect for Mozart. Maybe it's a tradition for scientists to like Mozart. Maybe that's why Leo doesn't like Mozart, because he's not a scientist. If that's true, then it's an honor. After a short debate about their work, the two of them talked about Mozart until they finished their coffee. After she had a real conversation with Kurisu, Maho realized that she was totally different than her first impression. Leo knows science. Is a scientist. Is this why I like Mozart? Maybe. Every time she spoke, she smiled or pout. It was adorable to watch. But the only thing she had in common with most people her age was her appearance. She was a genius. Do you know what Einstein said when someone asked him what death meant to him? No. What did he say? Death means not getting to listen to Mozart anymore. It's a fairly famous phrase in Japan. Death means not getting to listen to Mozart anymore. It was a more romantic phrase than she'd expect from Einstein, who she thought she knew. I read that wrong, but that's okay. It's because he started playing violin in grade school. If anything, music came before science for me. Might be why I leaned towards science anyway. Maybe, because I also picked up violin in grade school. But I mean, I'm indifferent toward Mozart. Like, I don't like him any better than anyone else from that time, so you blame baby Einstein type stuff. You know what, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I had no idea Einstein said that, huh? His music is full of nice colors. Right. I forgot you have what Sora has. You have the Sora condition, I will call it that. Amazing. No, he didn't. Huh? Well, to be completely accurate, they can't prove that he didn't say it, but at least there's no records of it. What do you mean? Synthesia, but Sora condition is also good. I mean, like, I had the word come to mind, but like, it's just that moment of like, is that what it's actually called, or is this some other condition I'm thinking of? So... Kurisu smiled and put her finger up to her lips. A book that was published in Japan a long time ago had that phrase as a quote from another biography. But the Japanese book didn't specify which biography they got the quote from, and no one has ever found it. More related, Kurisu is so cute. More related to synthesizia, I want to know, like, what colors you see associated with the cast in All-Stars, because I want to see how it compares to, like, what Swara sees, but, like, not in chat, maybe in our Discord, because I am curious about that. Squeezes plush. Are you putting her in a chokehold, or are you being gentle? But the author made it up? Sheesh. I'm not sure if I read that previous line. But the Japanese book didn't specify which biography they got the quote from, and no one has ever found it. Ah, one of those. Yours doesn't quite express yourself the way Sora does. Yeah, I figured. But I still am curious. You squeeze her at the same way you might honk a horn. Beautiful. We can't prove that, so we can't be totally sure. But I think these words are very much what a logical man like Einstein would say. Kurisu beep. Not the beep being fucking Chiaki and Kanata just beeping last night's stream. God. Logical. Yes, because once you're dead, you can't listen to Mozart, right? Of course not. Yes, of course not. Once you're dead, you can't listen to anything at all, not just Mozart. Honestly, that just gives you the idea to get a second one to put a squeaker in her head, but you don't trust your abilities to dissect a plush. Do you trust my abilities to dissect a plush? Because I actually do have squeakers for plushes. Like, I have a shit ton of them. So I could make this a reality for you. Anyways. Thus, the statement is true. See? Logical, right? Oh god, oh fuck, I think I might trust your skills. Wonderful. You're very interesting, you know that? Intelligence and childishness are all wrapped up in the same brain. She is literally 17. Plush surgery stream next. I've been thinking about doing like a crochet stream, because like I have a little crochet kit that I haven't used yet. My only like minor catch with that is like I would want to use my Sony camera, and in order to use my Sony camera I need an HDMI cable for that. So not how you're expecting me to get into hand camming, to be honest. I have already done a hand cam stream before. Remember the Quip sponsor? I actually still have my Quip with me. I actually have it right here. Fucking launching the piece of gum across my room. Good times. You forgot about that? How dare you? Fake fan, fake fan. One of my most iconic moments in stream and you forgot. How dare you? I'm not childish. Sorry. I know it's a bit late, but it's a pleasure to be working with you, Kurisu. Maho offered her hand, and Kurisu shook it with a smile. Kurisu's hand was warm. How cute. You too, Maho. Senpai. Mozart had brought the two of them together. Kurisu was a child beloved by God. Everyone was amazed and astonished by her unmatched creativity. Everyone including, of course, Maho. Something. Dun dun dun. I felt like she had to remember something important. Good morning. Oh boy. Someone suddenly whispered in her ear. Maho jumped off the sofa. What? Kurisu was right. At some point, Dr. Lixinen had picked up the laptop and taken it behind Maho's back. Kurisu was on the screen laughing at her. Evidently, the professor had brought it close to Maho's ears and made Kurisu whisper to her. You were just in your concentration mode, weren't you? No matter how many times the professor called your name, you wouldn't come out of your little world.
あ
Oh,
あ、すみません。
sorry.
こんな非常事
I'm
態
impressed that
で
you
も
can
研究
continue
す
your
る姿
research
勢
even
は
while this
大
emergency
し
is
たものだ
going
よ
on. The professor put the laptop back on the table and sat on the sofa across from her. And then they started the meeting. She discussed their future plans with the professor. One of the options that came up was going back to America. Something kept bugging Maho the whole time during the meeting. When she was remembering how she'd met Kurisu, she was also remembering something else. Salieri, Maho's user account name. She picked it a month after Kurisu had died. For some reason, she couldn't stop thinking about it. After she finished her meeting with Dr. Luxinen and left the school, she realized it had started to rain.
ああ、や
Huh.
っぱり降ってきち
So
ゃっ
it
た
did
か。
rain.
日本の天気予
Japan's
報
weather
は
reports are
驚くほど正
surprisingly
確ね。
accurate.
桐生さん、
And whatever Kiryu stopped in some shop somewhere. Just as she went to take her phone and send a message to her, she got a message of her own from Kurisu. It was fun talking with this Sawayama today. Tell me about Okabe next time. Yes, Awokia. I told you. Oh, Daru application. Amazing. I had fun too. I said this before, but it's not like that. Geckos. Grr. She was about to snap and say something back when she saw Moika in her field of vision. She opened her folding umbrella and was crouching by the side of the road with her phone out. When Maho approached, she saw a flower blooming between the asphalt and the shrubbery. Moika was trying to take a picture of it. Cute.
桐生さん、ごめんなさい。
Sorry, Kiryu.
お
I'm
待た
done.
せしちゃったわね。
Moika looked up and opened her mouth hesitantly.
ヒヤジョ
Hiyajo.
さん
I like that their umbrellas are complementary colors. Maho was happy that she said her name.
花撮ってたの？
You're taking pictures of the flowers? Yeah. Moika nodded and looked back toward the ground. There was a tiny flower blooming where the asphalt met the shrubbery. There was no other flower like it in view. The wind must have brought it here. The flower's color was striking, but something, perhaps the rain, made it look sickly. Moika took a picture of it. Then another, and another. The umbrella in her hand seemed to be stopping her from taking a good picture.
傘持ってましょ
Want
う
me
か
to hold your umbrella? No,
別に
I'm fine.
いいからいいか
It's
ら。
fine, it's fine. Maho practically yanked the umbrella out of Moika's hands. Thoughts.
ありが
Thank you.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome. Moika used both hands to steady her camera. Then, when it came to focus, she pressed the button. A moment later, she stood up, satisfied.
うまく
I got a good photo. I'm all set.
大丈夫
ポートレートの準
Were
備
you
かしら。
getting ready for my portrait? I can read. Moika shook her head.
ヒヤジョさんの写真は
I can't take your
撮
picture.
れない
It's raining.
雨風景を撮る
I
のは
always take pictures of landscapes.
写真を撮るのが
You
好
like
きな
taking
の？
photos? Moika shook her head again.
証明
It's proof.
今日
Proof
自
of
分
where
が
I
どこ
was
にいた
today.
かの証明
証明？
Proof?
そう
Yeah.
それってどういう？
What do you mean? And then she heard the sound that meant she received a line message.
またクリスか
Was
ら
that
かし
from
ら。
Kurisu again?
私にも
I got one too.
フ
It's
ェ
from
イリスさん
Ferris.
から
フェイリスさん？
From Ferris. Disaster, Nya? Oh no. the 314th prophecy of Fatima has come to pass, yeah? The hearts of men have lost the will to believe, and the seal created by the sacrifice of the ancient Incan civilization has been broken, yeah? It's only a matter of time before the Dark God, the master of Pluto, revives, yeah? I like that it came from that. Pluto, a dwarf planet discovered in 1930 by astronomer Clyde Tombaugh. It's considered a dwarf planet from when the game came out. For years it was defined as the 9th planet from the Sun, and due to its status as the most distant planet, it often appeared in fiction. However, later developments in astronomy revealed that there were many other planets that were roughly the same size as Pluto, and a fierce debate ensued as to whether they should be counted as well. In the end, the International Astronomical Union adopted the term dwarf planet in 2006. I am stupid, and classified Pluto as one of these. And then things went to shit. But it was declared a dwarf planet in 2006. Yeah. I'm a silly. Like, that's still a planet, but, you know. Kind of funny that Pluto being dubbed lesser planet, basically. A lot of shit's happened since then. I wonder what would happen if Pluto is redeclared as a proper planet. Anyways. Not only the Earth, but the whole Galactic Federation is in danger, yeah? There would be riots in the streets on New York. I don't know what you mean by that, Catman, but sure. Summon the House of Lords of the Senate immediately, yeah? If Pluto was declared a proper planet, then we'd have a fuckload more planets in the solar system. Is that a problem? I don't see the problem in that. The more planets, the merrier, right? The president is missing, but I'm sure he's flown off in the Air Force One or something to fight the enemy himself, yeah? The president would never do that. Yes, more planets, more friends. I'll start the ceremony to seal him away once more, Nya. I want you to buy time for me until it finishes, Nya. Wait, what are you talking about? What? That was a joke, Nya. Sorry. But really, there's big trouble, Nya. What? What happened? I'll explain later, Nya. There's a critical mission I want you to do before you head back to the condo, Nya. Question marks? Both Maho and Moika looked at each other, confused by Ferris's strange message. Welcome both of you, Nya. The time limit approaches, but there's still time, Nya. Is everything ready, Nya? It's ready. Yeah. Then let us begin, Nya. This operation name is... All Night Cinderella Girls Secret Party. Shocking Sleepy Confessions, Nya. What is Moika wearing? Like, it's cute, it suits her, but it's just so different from the other two's outfits. Yeah, that is accurate. Not much is accurate for what she is wearing. Thoughts? Thoughts? What's wrong, you two? You're so low energy, Nya. We don't get many chances to have a girls' night. Let's have fun, Nya. You knew it was gonna be something like, please bring me snacks while you're out. Yeah. I mean, at least it's like, bring snacks for everyone more of. But, yeah. I guess we can. But I didn't think that the important mission you had for us was skipping dinner. Oh. Oh, I see. So, skip dinner, let's have snacks all night. Fair enough, I guess. The two of them had suddenly gotten a message that Ferris was having a girls' party that night. Ferris had asked them to skip dinner so they'd have empty stomachs for the party. Goodness. Now, it seems like it's not a kyugu, it's just a long sweater. Interesting. Both Maho and Moeka had done so. Okay, you what you want, nya? I bought something a little pricey for the cakes and ice cream, nya. Ferris started to rummage through the plastic convenience store bags with a smile. Normally Ferris acted like she was rich, and in fact she was rich, so she could have easily purchased the most expensive cake that either of them had ever tasted. But she realized that the right cakes and ice cream for a party like this were the ones you got at a convenience store, and she purchased them without any hesitation. Maho thought that must be one reason why the customers and maids at May Queen admired her so much. She'd been working short-staffed at May Queen since the start of the year, so it had to have been hard, but she wasn't showing any signs of exhaustion at all. What's wrong, Maho-nyan? Did you fall in love with Ferris, nyan? I always love it when girls fall in love with me, nyan. Interesting. What? It's not like that. Don't be so embarrassed, nya. I'm happy you seem to like your present too, nya. Lesbian nyans. So true. Those panda pajamas look good on you. Great on you, nya. Just as I thought. It's not like them. It's just rude not to wear something that's a gift. Wait, so then... Ferris. The hooded panda pajamas that Maho was wearing were a gift from Ferris. I don't mind the fact that it fits perfectly, but this is definitely a child size. You're like a little doll, so I'm sure anything looks good on you, Maho-nyan. Stop calling me that, I said. And please, don't think you're going to make me wear a different pair of animal pajamas every day. Well, now that you've given her that idea, of course she's going to try. Yeah? What? Maho-nyan, can you read minds, nya? How'd you know I already had a week's worth lined up, nya? You already bought them? Just as Maho was starting to realize that Ferris was just toying with her. Moeka was covering her mouth with her hand and trying not to laugh. Kiryu? Moinyo? Sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, but... Maho saw Mayuka smile for the first time. So this was how she smiled? Moinyan! That smile's so cute, nya! Let me see more, nya! Oh dear. Ferris's eyes sparkled in the dim light. Without warning, she leapt upon Moika and started to tickle her sides. Oh dear. Tickle, 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 tickle. Stop it. Stop. Nyan service time. True. Moika was evidently very vulnerable to tickling. She squirmed as tears formed in her eyes and she started to gasp for air. No. I feel like I'm doing something naughty, nya. I wonder why. Ferris. Yeah. Yamaho's face. So accurate. Ferris backed off of Moika as Moika panted and gasped for breath. Another ad? Well, that sucks. I'm not pausing for you this time. Poor Moika. Welcome back. That was a short ad. It sure is amazing, though. Amazing. Yeah. Ferris and Maho looked at each other and spoke. An amazing Graknya. God damn it, Ferris. Moika was wearing a crimson baby doll as her pajamas. A type of lingerie worn by women, notable for its wide hem that fluffs out. Good to know. I've learned something new today that I'll forget. It was the kind of adult lingerie that you could never imagine a girl like her wearing. Yeah. Of course, she seemed unaware of this and had seemingly only chosen it because it was easy to move around in. That's fair. So Moeka picked it out herself. Okay, I thought for sure Ferris was the one that got it for her given the panda pajamas. But with Moeka's natural proportions, she ended up looking incredibly seductive. And on top of that, when her massive breast shook as Ferris tickled her, even Maho felt a little strange. Ferris is gonna make you subscribe just to use the spray emoji. On God. Do it. Give me money. Sorry. Sorry. She's a little painty, which makes it worse, frankly. Moriko apologized as she gasped for breath. Maho shook her head to drive away the strange feelings.
まあいいわ。
Well, whatever.
じゃあ女子
Okay,
会
let's
とや
start
ら
the
を
party.
始めましょうか。
You want to hold out till you get the furniture situated, though? Fair enough. That way you can decide if you want to subscribe for 6 months at a time. Ho ho. Okay, bring the chill drinks, Nya. Tonight, no one gets any sleep, Nya. Oh boy. No one gets any sleep was Ferris's idea of a joke. She had work early next morning. The party lasted exactly 2 hours, and they talked the whole time. And actually, Ferris talked the whole time, and Maho and Moika would occasionally answer. At most sleepovers, girls talked about fashion and romance, maybe, but these girls weren't interested in those things. Instead, they talked about work and their futures. It was fun to see a different side of each other as they spoke. Moika, for instance.
趣味で
I'm writing the
小説
novel
を
for fun.
書いてるの。
She would. She said she'd been reading one of those web novels that were popular lately and decided to write one herself. And what's more, she said it was a romance with some really steamy scenes. Not surprised. Let me read it, Nya.
無理。
I can't.
まだ
I haven't even
一章
finished the
書
first
き終わって
chapter.
ないから。
That also unfortunately checks out. Maika refused, but Ferris and Maho made her promise to let them see it when it was finished. Ferris had something surprising to say too. I'm not going to quit being a maid, but I want to get married, Neon. I want a lot of kids, Neon. She wants a whole litter of kids. Ferris had lost her family when she was young, so she wanted a big family of her own, and as soon as possible. Oh dear. It was probably going to be a very lively family. Oh yeah. For at least 30 minutes, Ferris talked Maho into giving a lecture on AI research. Maho gave a slightly less formal version of the interview she'd done yesterday. She talked about the framing problem, about Amadeus, and about a future where AI surpassed humans. Ferris was interested in more than anime culture. She was into technology and gadgets as well. She paid close attention to what Maho had to say. Probably because it reminds her of her father. But as Maho spoke, she realized that Moika was starting to look depressed.
キリュウさん
Kiryu,
どうか
what's
した
wrong? Thoughts?
眠くなっちゃったか
You
な
getting tired now?
そうじゃ
That's not it.
ない。未来が
I'm scared of the
Alright.
future.
思って。
Fair enough.
未来が
Scared of the
Why?
future.
そう。
Yeah.
人工知能の研
Once
究
there's an
が
AI
進ん
that's
で
better than humans,
人間よ
I
り
think a
優
lot
秀
of
な
people
人
are
工
going
知
to
能が
lose their
誕生したら
jobs.
仕事を失う人が現れると思う。私も
I'll probably be one of them.
その一人になるかも。それが
And that scares me.
怖い。
So that was it, Maho thought to herself. Maho had only lived with Moika for a few days, but she started to figure out her personality. She was a very pretty girl, with amazing proportions, and good at her job, but Moika seemed to think she was worthless. She thought that nobody needed her, and that if someone better than her appeared, they would quickly take her place. And once that happened enough, there was no place left where she belonged. Then what would happen to her? She would join CERN and become a rounder, and eventually kill herself. That scared her.
大丈夫よキリ
It's
ュウさん
okay, Kiryu. That's right,
そんな
Nya.
心配いらない
You don't need to worry, Nya. Thoughts?
私は
I don't have any special talents or
ヒ
smarts
ヤ
like
ジョ
you
さんのよ
two.
うな誰でも
Anyone can take my
私の代わ
place.
りになれる誰でも
Anyone can do a better
私よ
job
りう
than
まく
me.
働ける私は
I'm not as talented as you two.
優秀では
Thoughts?
だから何なの
So what?
代わりがいる
So someone could take your place. So someone's better than you. So
それ
what?
が何だっていうのマホニャン
Mahonyan.
私より優秀な
There are a lot of
脳科学者はい
scientists
く
who
ら
are
でも
more
いる
talented
わ
than I am. Cough, cough, kurisu, cough, cough.
いつかは私
And
が
maybe
発明した
someday
人
the
工
AI
知能
invent
が
will write a
私より
paper
も
better than
優
I
れた
ever
論文を
could.
書き上げてしまうかもしれないでも
But so what?
ビクトルコンドリア大
At
学
Dr.
の
Lux Ninnin's lab at Victor Conjure University, the nearest desk to the entrance is my seat.
扉の立て
The
付けが
door
悪く
wasn't
て
put on right,
いつ
and
も
the window
風が
always
吹き込んで
blows
くる
through it,
し
and you can
い
always
つ
hear
も誰
people
かが廊
chattering
下
in
で
the
喋っているか
hallway.
らうるさくて
But
し
it's
ょうが
my
ないけ
seat.
ど私のたとえ宇宙が
Even
終わ
if
った
the
としても
universe itself were to
私
end,
はあの
I'm not
席を
giving
他
that
の
seat
誰か
up
に
to
譲るつもりは
anyone.
ないわ私より優秀
Even
な
if a
脳
more
科学者が
talented scientist or a
私よ
more
り優
talented
秀な
AI
人工
wants
知能
it,
が
I'm
あ
not
の
giving
席
it
に
up.
座りたがっても譲ってなんかあげ
Thoughts?
人は誰かの代
I
わり
won't
なんか
tell
に
you
な
that no
れ
one
な
can
い
take anyone else's
なんて
place.
甘い話
That's
をす
just
るつもりはない
platitude.
わ代わりが効かない
There
仕事
really
なん
aren't
て
that many jobs in
社会活動の
society where
中で
you're
は
truly
滅多にないもの
irreplaceable.
でも
That doesn't mean you have to just hand everything over.
私は
Because
私なん
I'm
だ
me,
から
not someone else. Thoughts?
私は
I am.
私
それにね
And it doesn't
優
matter
秀
how
かどうかなんて
talented you
関
are.
係ないのよもし
Let's say there was a
テイリスさんと
biorobot that was
全く
identical to
同一の
Ferris
生体
right
ロボット
down
が
to the
存在して
molecular level,
全く
and it
同
could
等
do a better
も
job
し
of
くは
serving you
そ
than
れ
she
以上の
could.
給仕ができるとするそれでも
I'd
私は
still rather
テイリス
ask
さんに給仕
Ferris.
をお願いするわたとえ料金が
Even if it
10倍
cost me
違っても
10 times or 100 times more, I
ロ
wouldn't
ボッ
ask
ト
the
に頼もうとは
robot.
思わないそこに理由なん
There's
て
no
ない
real reason for this.
私は
I just want to drink the tea she makes me.
つまりはそういう
That's
こと
what
よ
I'm saying.
だから
So, Maho was getting so emotional she didn't know what to say next. Thoughts? Thoughts? She realized that Monica and Ferris were staring at her in shock.
ごめんなさい
Sorry.
私た
I
ら
just
つい
kind
抜
of
きになって
thoughts.
私は
I am me.
私そう
Maybe. I am. Monica smiled a little. Mahonya. The next instant, Ferris was on top of her, squeezing her tight. Wait, what's going on? Ferris was smiling at her with dewy eyes. That was so moving, Nya. I didn't realize you loved me so much. I love you too. I'll make you tea for the rest of your life, Nya. Huh? Is that what you just said? I mean... The next few minutes were a struggle to stop Ferris from rubbing her face against her cheek. Why would you stop that? It's adorable. Let her meow. Oh, back to Okabe. I sighed a little as I got off the train at
考
Akihabara.
えてみると俺
Come to think of it,
年明
I've
けから
gone to
5日連
Akihabara
続
5
で
days in a row.
秋葉に来てることになるな
New Year's was our trip to the shrine. On the second, I'd come to deal with the aftermath of that, and then the world line had changed. On the third, I'd come to check on Maho and Moeka. On the fourth, that is yesterday, Mayuri had invited me to a New Year's party at Maid Queen. I hadn't come to Akihabara every day like this since last summer.
フェリスちゃん
What's going on with
どうしたんだろうね
Ferris, you think?
さあな
I don't know.
あいつ
I
の
never
考え
could
て
tell
いる
what
こと
she's
は
thinking. There's a reason I brought Mayuri to Akihabara. Big trouble, Nyan. Tonight the 32th. Oh, Jesus. But anyway, there really is trouble. I'm really, really sorry, but come to Ferris as fast as soon as you can. Basically, something bad had happened at Ferris's house, and she wanted my help. really? An ancient island in the Cthulhu mythos that fell below the sea during an earthquake. Now it is an undersea city located at 47 degrees 9 south, 126 degree 43 west, in the South Pacific between New Zealand and the western coast of Chile. Alright. The stars become right. A term used to describe a certain stellar alignment in the Cthulhu mythos. When the stars become right, Cthulhu, one of the great old ones, will awaken from his ancient slumber. Planetary alignment. The name for a phenomenon where planets in the solar system line up in relation to the sun. This can occur anywhere from once to every few decades to once in several centuries. The most recent was in 1982, and the next will be in 2161. There's no scientific value to this phenomenon, but it creates ideal conditions for visiting planets. I didn't mean to do that. Come back. No. Where were you? Oh, you're right here still. Okay. Anyways, there is no scientific value to this phenomenon, but it creates ideal conditions for visiting several planets at once. For this reason, it was used in the Voyager project. Since the visual impact is very striking, planetary alignments are very common in works dealing with the occult. I see. Did something happen to Yajo and Moika? Cannot scroll through the messages. Everything seemed normal when I talked to Ferris yesterday.
そんなことないよ。
That's not true. Ferris did indeed happen.
フェリスちゃん、
Ferris has been working really hard the last few weeks, and she's getting really
かな
tired.
り疲れてると思う。でもね、フェリ
But
スち
she
ゃん
never
って弱音を
complains,
吐くこと
no
は
matter how
絶
hard
対
it
にない
gets.
んだ。
She's always
ど
cheerful.
んなに大変でもね、いつもなのに今回は
But this time,
珍しく
she's
オーバリー
actually
に
come
助け
to
を
you
求
for
めて
help.
きてるわけでしょ。よっぽどのこと
Something
が
really
起きてる
bad
ん
must
じゃ
have
ないか
happened,
な。
maybe? We decided to hurry to Ferris's house.
あれ
Huh? We called Ferris's condo from the first floor entrance, but there was no answer. Was Kuroki not in? But at least Maho and Moika should be.
出ないね。
They're not answering, huh?
おかしいな。
That's strange. I tried again, and this time I got a response. Hello.
岡部
This
で
is
すか
Okabe.
はい
Yes.
お嬢
The
様から
mistress told me.
伺っております
Come on up.
どうぞ
Question mark. May and I looked at each other, shocked by the tone of his voice. Dots. Even when he came to greet us, Kuroki was too exhausted to give his usual elegant welcome. Master Okabe. Kuroki called my name meekly, and the next moment he collapsed to his knees like a puppet with its strings cut. Kuroki.
このままでは
At this rate,
秋葉期
the
が
Akiha clan is doomed. Kuroki, what's wrong? Okabe, you must escape. You mustn't stay here. What happened? I don't know. I can't believe the things I've seen. Seen? What did you see? Kuroki tried to say something, but then gave up and shook his head. And then he slowly raised his arm and pointed to the end of the hallway, the guest room, and there. What? What's where Maho and Moika were? Does something happen to them? Mairi, take care of Kuroki. Okay. I left Kuroki and Mairi's carrier to the guest room. The door to the guest room was shut. Yasha, Moika Kiryu, are you alright? Either of you, answer me. Oh, hello, Turnaz. Nani? Masako ni? Yeah. Damn it, I'm coming in. But how? How could this have happened? I couldn't believe my eyes. The scene was indescribable. Yep, I knew it. I knew it was just gonna be incredibly more messy. The only words I could come up with were a palace of junk. The desk and bed were still where they'd been, but everything else had changed. Books, notepads, and other strange objects were piled to the ceiling in layers. What may have started as a temporary pile of books had become a wall that reached the top of the room. Walls made of hundreds of books are scattered about the room, forming a small labyrinth. In some places, the path was so narrow you need to turn sideways to get through. The light from the ceiling no longer reached the floor, so small lights had been set up on top of the carpet. They were like torches in an underground labyrinth. Strangely, the space wasn't dirty. The result of Maho and Moika's attempts to maximize their creative output was the construction of a labyrinth in their guest room. In a sense, it was the highest application of the principles of functional beauty. But it was still a palace of junk. Maho just thriving, humming. Maho was humming as she typed into her keyboard. She had a big pair of headphones on. Thoughts. Moika was kneeling on the carpet with her legs splayed, typing into her laptop at the low table. She, too, was wearing headphones. Maho saw me standing in shock at the entrance and took off her headphones. Oh, Okabe. Hello. Moika took her headphones off, too. Sleepy time? Yeah, good night, Kama. Thank you so much for popping in. Yeah, I will try to have a good stream and you have good sleeps. Yes. God damn it, Catman. Meow. Moika took off her headphones too. Hello. Wow. This room is amazing, huh? I hope you mean that sarcastically, Mayuri. Mayuri was so astonished she couldn't think of anything else to say. Did these two realize how much it took to freak out Mayuri? What's wrong, you two? What do you mean, what's wrong? What the hell happened to this room? The room? Was there something strange about it? Question mark. Everything's strange about it. It wasn't like this 2 days ago. Oh, is that it? The passage of time brings change. For things and people. And of course, rooms. What do you think? It's so much more functional this way, isn't it? No. The fact that Maho didn't seem to find anything wrong with this at all made my head hurt. It looks like you could go on an adventure. For her part, Mayuri was wandering through the labyrinth, excited. There were screens to divide the different parts of the room. The screens were different colored baby doll lingerie. Oh, these are cute. I chose the colors when I hung them. Wow, you're right. Marika, you've got lots of grown-up underwear, huh? Mayuri, I'm sorry. But can you leave before the discussion gets any more complicated? Oh, sure. I tried talking to Maho and Moika, but couldn't get any useful information. When it came down to it, neither of them understood that this room was as messy as you could get it. Everything they needed was always within arm's reach, so the two of them thought of it as a pleasant place to work and live. This was definitely the reason why Ferris had come to me for help, and why Kuroki seemed to be on the verge of death. Kuroki, Lucky Ha's family ultimate butler, had a policy of not letting a single speck of dust exist in a room. These two must have driven him over the edge. That explained the terror in his eyes. He probably tried to clean the room up when they first started living here. Thinking back, he'd been acting strange when I came here 2 days ago. But why did Ferris come to me? And I don't know why she told me to bring Mayuri either. Mayushi had a brilliant idea. Ferris probably wants this room cleaned up. That's why she called Mayushi. If you'd come alone, you might have given up, right? Yeah, probably. I was looking at an entirely new structure. It wasn't something you could just clean up. If I'd come alone, I might have just turned tail and run. It would take a team of professional cleaners a full day to clean this thing up. This wouldn't be worth it unless I was getting paid. I wanted to complain, but I was the one who asked Ferris to let Maho stay here. I had to do it. We're cleaning this room up today. No complaints, okay? It's the lady of the house's orders. Yeah. I'm not sure I agree, but whatever. Got it. Okay. I'll have to call everyone I can think of to come help. But where do we even start? I know. Mayushi had another brilliant idea. Why don't we get Sergeant Clean to help? Sergeant Clean? What's that? Sergeant Clean is very good at cleaning. I never would have guessed. Thanks, Mayuri. The messier the room, the stronger their power level grows, they say. You know them? Yep. It's someone you know really well. Huh? Huh? Someone I know well. Mayuri brought me to the lab. Or more precisely, the bronze tube workshop on the first floor of the building where the lab was. Okay, that's what I thought. Nae! Toot-to-doo! Toot-to-doo! Oh, Nae is saying it back, wonderful. Thoughts. Hello, Uncle Okarin. Mayuri. Is Nae your Sergeant Clean? Yep, that's right. Okay, I thought it was gonna be her dad, but Nae works too. Nae is really good at cleaning. She cleans the store in her home every day, right? Do you? I do. Daddy wipes down the brown tubes every day, but I do all the rest myself. Come to think of it, I've never seen any garbage on the floor of the bronze tube workshop. No, it's not that Daddy doesn't like cleaning. I just really love it. That's good. Whenever I see garbage on the floor, I feel like I have to pick it up. As you should. Mama used to always say that a messy room indicated a messy mind. I mean, that's definitely not wrong in regards to Maho and Moeka, so... I see. But why is Sergeant Clean? Nae's eyes went wide and her face blushed. But Bixis Mayuri. But I told you not to tell anyone. Sorry. But we need Sergeant Clean's help. But I'm not a sergeant or anything like that. I just get a little excited when I'm cleaning. Aww. It's true. Poor Nae. Nae looked to be on the verge of tears. Well, a girl her age wouldn't want to be called sergeant, maybe. Hey, Nae. Can you do it? Can you help Mayushi and her friends? You won't call me sergeant anymore? Yep, I won't. Then okay. I'll clean. I want to go to Miss Kitty's house too. Miss Kitty, very good. Oh, but I don't want to go alone. Don't worry. Everybody will come with you, right, Okarin? Yeah, I'll ask everybody I can find. Okay, I'll go get ready, so wait for me. I'll go home and get the hat. Nae ran off toward the station.
帽子
The hat? What's she talking about?
すぐにわかる
You'll know soon. 30 minutes later. Fubuki, Kaede, and Dare were the ones who answered my call. We met up with Nae and headed to the garbage pit that Varys' condo had become. And then, Sergeant Clean revealed herself before us.
私が訓練
I am Sergeant Clean, your drill instructor. I can read.
いいか
Listen up.
この部屋
Until this room is clean, you're inchworms, the lowest form of life on Earth.
地球上で最下等の生命体だお前たちは
You people are not appliances. You aren't worthy of being called vacuum cleaners.
葉っぱの上で地
You're only good for stretching out and squeezing up on top of a leaf.
お前たちは
Because I am hard, you will not like me. But the more you hate me, the more you will
組
learn.
めばそれだけ学ぶ
You're an actual child, but okay.
私は厳しい
I am
が
hard,
公
but
平
I am fair. I'm only interested in getting this room sparkling
この部
clean.
屋をピッカピカにすることだけだわかったか
Got it? Inchworms? Mayuri. What is it?
なんだあれは
I like that Okabe's is like distress and then Mayuri is just field of flowers. What the hell is that?
なえちゃんはね
Naya's personality kind of changes when she cleans, you see?
ちょっぴり性格が変わるのです
That's not a personality change, just a totally different person. A cute little lolly reveals herself to be a sadistic sergeant that cusses you out. In our world, that's a good thing. She is just an actual child, Daru. Shut the fuck up, please.
ダル
Daru,
主張しろ
can it? Please. Thank you.
掃除が終わったら
I hope she gets nice and flirty once we're done cleaning. Daru. Like, now that the room's clean, I'll clean you up. Huh? Okay. Duct tape his mouth, please.
今何
Who said that?
いいことを言ったのは
Ma'am. I said it, ma'am. Dude.
勝手にしゃべ
No
る
talking. The only words out of your filthy sewer holes will be yes and no. Got it?
それと
And you will say Mistress Nae before every word. Got it?
とつけろわかっ
Mistress Nae. Yes, Mistress Nae. I can't believe I got a real lolly cussing me out. Today's my lucky day.
今日はついてる
At least it's having fun. I don't know, man.
何をニヤニ
What are you grinning about? So true. Yeah.
いいか
Listen up. From now on, your name is Mr. Smiley Bear.
さんと呼ぶ
You know what? That's fair.
ナエ様
Mistress Nae. Yes, Mistress Nae.
嬉しいか
Do you like that name, Mr. Smiley Bear?
ナエ様
Mistress Nae. Yes, Mistress Nae.
どうでもいいけど
I don't know if it matters, but Mistress Nae. Yes, Mistress Nae. It's really hard to say. It really is, especially when it's Mistress instead of Nae-sama. What? You got a problem with that, Mr. Smiley Bear?
ナエ様
Mistress Nae. No. Mrs. Nae.
バカにしている
Are you screwing with me, Mr. Smiley Bear?
ナエ様
Nae-sama, no. Nae-sama.
よろしい
Now hop to it, Mr. Smiley Bear.
30
I
秒
want you to wax the floor in the hallway 10 times in the next 30 seconds.
さっさと始め
Hop to it. Go. 1, 2, 3.
ナエ様
Mistress Nae. Yes.
ナエ様
Mistress Nae.
は
More insults, please. Shut the fuck up, please.
一人だけ
At least one person is enjoying this, I guess.
今日
Maybe we were lucky that Yuki couldn't make it today.
かもしれないね
Yeah. Kaede and Fubuki happened to be in Akihabara, so they offered to help, but Yuki had work and couldn't make it. For the sake of the Hashida's family future, I was glad. Maho and Moika had already given up on trying to match Nae's high energy, and were taking their time watching the windows on the veranda. Yuki can kill Daru a little bit as a treat. Yes.
よし
Okay, next.
そっちの美人
You,
のお姉
the pretty girls.
私
Me?
美人
Pretty? You think so?
なぜ我が隊に
Tell me, why do you join my beloved corpse? We just came because you were asked to.
そうなのそうなの
Yeah, what's
どういう
going
状
on
況なの
here?
これ
I don't care, I will say corpse if I want to.
質問をしている
I'm asking the questions here. Ah,
私が聞いた
and you will answer my questions.
ナイ様
Mr. Stein, yes, Mr. Stein.
もう一度
I'll ask you one more time.
なぜ
Tell me why you volunteer for my corps.
言ってナイ様
Mr. Stein, to clean, Mr. Stein.
なら気合を入れ
Now let me see you clean your clean face. Oh dear. Mr. Stein, yes, Mr. Stein. Clean face?
さあ行くよ
Come on,
楓ちゃん
let's go, Kaede. Huh? What?
本当
Ain't cleaning hell?
ふぶきちゃん
Fubuki is really getting into this, huh?
苦しまさんは
Kurishima seems to be
相当
having a
困ってる
bit of a
みたいだ
bad
が
time.
そこの
You too. Why are you talking?
さっさとこのそびえ
Take
た
that big
黒くて
turkey
高いやつ
black
を下の
thing
ゴミ捨て場に
down to the garbage dump. Why is this hard to read? You're an actual child.
そびえ
Big
立つ黒く
turkey
て
black. What?
なんだって
そこのゴミ袋
The
のこと
garbage
だよ
bag, right? Yep, that's right. Now get to work.
さっさと運べナイ様
Mr. Stein, yes. Nice. Nice, Sama. We'll just stick with
ナイ
that.
様
Nice, Sama. Yes.
ナイ様
Nice, Sama.
ふざけるな
I can't hear you. You think you can clean this room like that?
きれいにできると思っているのか気合を入れろ
Put some energy into it. Louder.
ナイ様
Nice, Sama. Yes. Nice, Sama.
全員
And the rest of you. If you got time to grin, you got time to carry garbage.
ゴミを拾え
Is this a fourth wall break?
ナイ様
Okay, no, it's just those two. Nice, Sama. Yes. Nice, Sama.
それが終わったら
Once that's done, we're polishing every doorknob in the house until it shines. Nice, Sama. Yes. Nice, Sama.
泣いたり笑ったり
You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will polish tables. And you'll be glad to do it. Nice, Sama. Yes. Nice, Sama. Was not expecting a cleaning arc for the Maho ending. And so the sergeant kept us cleaning until late into the night.
今日は本当に
Thank you so much for helping today, Nya. I'm so happy, Nya.
一時はどう
I
なる
was
こと
worried
か
for a
と思
while,
いました
but
が
thanks to you,
皆
I've
様のおか
recovered.
げで立ち直れました今日は
I made a special dinner tonight, so please enjoy.
心ゆくまでお楽しみくだ
乾杯の温度
I'd like to ask today's hero, Nai, to do the toast, Nya.
お願いするにゃ
Me?
責任だぞ
You're the perfect person to do it, Sergeant. Uncle Okarin, you promised not to say that.
って約束したでしょまあまあ
Oh, come on. You could do it, Nya. Oh, okay. Thank you all for helping clean today. Cheers. 乾杯. Kanpai. Oh wow, look, it's an actually clean room. A miracle, des. It took about half a day, but with Naya's help, we finished the cleaning. When Kuroki saw the cleaned room, he recovered and made us a huge dinner. Naya had seemed like a totally different person during the cleaning, but now she is back to normal. She was holding a cup filled with orange juice in both hands and happily talking to Kaede.
楓お姉ちゃん
So you can play the piano, Vix's Kaede? Wow.
そんなことないよ
It's not that special.
どちらかっていうと
I'm more interested in
私
music
は
history,
音楽史の方に興
like
味があるの
Mozart.
ピアノはそれ
I
こ
can
そ
only play a
弾
few
けるだけ
things.
って程度だからそんなことない
No, that's amazing. Kaede's modesty was only setting Nae off even more.
楓ちゃん
Kaede,
ナイ
why
様の
not play a
ため
song
に
for
一
Mrs.
曲弾い
Nae?
てあげたら
There's a piano right
そ
over
こにピア
there.
ノもあるしさ
A small upright piano was in the corner of the living room. It was perfect. I want to hear the piano. Huh?
人に
I'm
聞
not
かせ
good
るような
enough to
腕
play
じゃ
for
ないよ
anyone. Play anyway.
フェイリスはピアノ
I can't
弾かな
play,
い
so
か
I
ら
know the piano would be
使って
happy
く
if
れ
you
た
used
ら
it,
ピアノ
yeah?
も喜ぶにゃ
Of course, I keep it tuned at all times. Sir, I respect you for that because pianos are a bitch to tune. Anyway.
困
Aw,
った
I
な
don't know.
じゃあ
Okay,
一曲だけね
just one song. Watch her just play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Yay! Kaede sat in front of the piano and lifted the cover over the keys. Oh no, she plays hot cross buns. Yes.
何
What
にし
should I
ようかな
play? She seemed happy as she stared at the keys and thought.
これだったらレイちゃん
Maybe you
も
know
知ってる
this
か
one,
な
I?
知ってる
I do. The Turkish March. That's right. Her 10 fingers danced between the black and ivory keys, and a cheerful melody filled the room. She'd been very modest, but it was clear that she had a lot of talent. As the song played on, the rest of the group stopped talking and moved to the chairs and sofas around the piano. And then... You good, Maho? Maho had been sitting next to me, suddenly stood up. The sound echoed throughout the room a little louder than she thought it would.
ごめん
I'm
なさい
sorry.
気にしないでくだ
Don't
さい
let it bother you.
おしゃべりして
You
て
can all
いい
keep
から
talking,
ね
okay? Thoughts. Maho kept standing up, as if lost in thought.
ヒヤジョさん
Yajo,
どう
is
かしたの
something
か
wrong? Thoughts.
いえ大したこ
No,
とじゃない
it's
の
nothing.
仕事のお電話
I
があった
forgot
の
that I
を
had a
忘
call
れ
to
てい
make for work.
てそれを思い出しただけ
You're gonna call Kurisu, aren't you?
ごめんなさい
Sorry,
ちょっと
I'll be
電話し
right
てくる
back. Maho quietly left the room. Question mark? I felt like something was strange. I thought for a moment, and then suddenly looked where she'd been sitting. Question mark? Maho's phone was still on the seat. Oh. Okay, so she's just being sad because of Kurisu. Got it. So she wasn't making a call after all. I was a little worried, so I took her phone and left the living room. The door to the guest room was open. I peeked inside and saw that Maho was standing in the middle of the room with the lights off.
入っていい
Can
か
I come in? She didn't tell me no, so I went inside to put the phone on the desk.
椅子に忘れてたよ
You left it on your chair.
これがないと
You can't make any
電
calls
話は
without
かけ
this.
られないだろ
Oh.
ありがとう
Thanks.
持ってこなかったことすら気づかなかったわよほど動転してし
You're
ま
really
ったのね
upset, huh?
同点
Upset.
なんなら
If you want
話し
to
相手に
talk
なるぞ
about it, we can.
そうね
Yeah.
特にどうって
It's not
話
that
でも
big
な
a
いんだ
deal,
けど
but maybe telling somebody would
聞い
make
て
me
もらっ
feel
た方
better.
が私もさっきのピアノ
You know
の
the
曲
title of that song she was
タイト
playing?
ル覚えてる
トルコ行
The
進曲
Turkish
だろ
March, right?
そう
Yeah.
モーツァ
It's
ルトの曲
Mozart.
よ
Because of course it is.
正確には
More
ケッヘル
precisely,
331
K331, Mozart's Piano Sonata number 11, third
第
movement.
11番第3楽ピアノソナタ第
Sonata
11
number
番
11
は
has three
全
movements,
3楽章
and
構
the
成
third,
で
the Turkish March,
その中でも
is very
第
famous,
3楽章にあたるトルコだけど
but I actually
私は
like the
どちらかと
melody
いう
from the
と
first movement
第
more.
1楽章の静かなメロディーの方クリスも
And Kurisu said
同
she
じ
did
ことを言っ
too.
ていたそれをね
I was just remembering
思い出したの。
that. Sucks to suck, Spooky.
岡部さん
Okay.
アマデウス
Have you
っていう
heard of a
映
movie
画
called
知ってる
Amadeus? Wasn't sure how to handle the sudden change of subject.
あらすじくらいな
I
ら
know the basic plot, I guess.
モーツァルトの才能に
It's about a
嫉妬した
musician who was jealous of
音楽家の
Mozart's
話だ。
talents, right?
そう
That's right.
アントニオ・サリエ
Antonio Salieri.
映画では
In the
ウォル
movie,
フガン
is
グ・アマ
depicted
デウ
as
ス・
a
モ
man
ーツァ
whose
ルト
life
に
is
よって人
ruined by
生を狂
Wolfgang
わせれた
Amadeus
男として描か
Mozart.
れている音楽家としての成
He had a
功を
bright
約束
future
され
as
て
a
いたはずなの
musician,
に
but Mozart's God-given
Mozart
talents made him
が
jealous and
持つ
drove him
天
to
賦の才に嫉妬し
despair.
絶望してしまう
Welcome back from that ad.
自由奔放のモー
While
ツァルト
everyone
の
else
修行
was
にみんな
bewildered
が
by
眉を潜
Mozart's
める
strange
中
antics,
サリエ
he
リだ
was
けは
the one
彼の
person to
才
see
能を
the
見抜い
talent
ていた
underneath.
それこそ
The talents that
Amadeus
gave
という
him the
名前の
name
通り
Amadeus,
神
beloved
に
of
愛され
God.
たとしか言いようがない
Salieri was a hard worker, and he couldn't handle the fact that Mozart's innate talent brought him from fame. But finally, he drives Mozart to the brink.
追い詰める
Drives him to the brink.
モーツァルトを生き
In the
急がせ
end,
て
he drives Mozart to
結果
his
的
death.
に死に追いやってしまうの。
映画の話
This
だ
is just in the movie, right?
私も詳し
I
くは
don't
知ら
really
ない
know
け
the
ど、
details,
でも
but I have heard that there were
Mozart
some
の死には
strange
不審な点があるし、
circumstances surrounding Mozart's death.
毒殺の可能
and that
性
he
もあ
could
った
have
って
been
いう
poisoned.
話は聞いたことがある。毒を持った犯
There's
人
a
が
theory that
サ
Salieri
リ
may
エリ
have
かもしれ
poisoned
ないって
him.
こともね。クリスが亡くなった
A
1
month
ヶ
after
月後くらい
Creasy
に
died, the school
大
networks
学
got
の
a
ネット
huge
ワークが刷
update.
新されることになったの。
Maho had jumped to another subject again,
それで
and
社
so we
員
all
は
had to pick
全
new
員新しいユー
usernames.
ザー名を決めることになった。私は
I picked Salieri, without really thinking about
サ
it.
リエリにした。
I wanted it to go with the name of the AI.
人工知能のアマデウスと対比としてね。
I knew that. I'd seen her log in once in Walko City's offices.
けれど
But maybe there was more
もしか
to
した
it than
ら
that.
違う
More to it.
何が
What do you mean?
私は
Maybe I named myself
Amadeus じゃなくて
Salieri, not because of Amadeus.
クリス
But
自
because
身
of
との対比として私にとって
To me, Kurisu was
Kurisu は
Amadeus.
アマデウスだった。
In other words, Maho recognized Kurisu's talent more than anyone. And at the same time, she was more jealous of her than anyone else in the world. Just like Salieri,
ヒヤジョさん
Hiyajo. I didn't know what to say. I could see Maho's shoulders shaking a little. And then... Both Maho and I turned in the direction of the noise. Moiko was standing outside the door, looking troubled.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
いいのよ。
It's fine.
気にしないで。
Don't worry about it.
どうかしたのかしら。
What's up? Dots.
天王寺さんを
We need to get Tenoji back
Soro-soro.
home. Oh yeah, because she's an actual fucking child.
そうだな
You're right.
俺が
I'll
送っ
walk
てい
her
くよ
home. Just give me a second. Thoughts.
ヒヤジョさん
Yajo,
大丈
you
夫
okay?
辛そうな
You look like you're in
顔
pain.
をしているから
Yeah,
大丈夫。
I'm fine.
こんなに体を動
I
か
just
したの
haven't
久
moved
しぶりだ
around
か
like
ら。
this in a long time.
ちょっと
So
疲れ
maybe
ちゃ
I'm
っ
a
たのか
little
も。
tired.
そう
I see.
それなら
Okay. I
いいけど
guess.
それじゃ
See you later. Maiko went back to the living room. That was a surprise. I never seen Moika talk so much before. I never seen her talk that much in any world line, actually. And what's more, she'd been able to read Maho's expression and even worry about her. Maybe living with Maho was having an effect on her.
ごめんなさい、岡部さん。
Sorry, Okabe.
さっきの
Forget what
話
I
は
just
忘れ
said.
て。
あ
Okay,
分かった
sure.
聞いてくれて
Thanks for
ありがと
listening.
う。
Yeah, I do like Maho's and Moika's friendship. It's very cute.
これぐらいでよければ
Anytime, I
いつでも。
guess. Maho smiled a little and left the room. Fix this, Mayuri. Let's go there next. Okay,
じゃあ行くよ。
let's go. Ready? Start! Yay! I win. Aw, I lost. You run so fast, Naya.
二人とも
Both of you. It's not safe to run when it's this dark. It's fine, right? Right? It was getting late, so the cleaning party ended as soon as Naya left. It was Mayuri and I who had gone to get Sergeant Clean's help, so you were responsible for getting her back to the Brawn Tube workshop. Oddly enough, Maho had said she'd wanted to take a walk and came along with us. Okay, next we race to that store.
よーし。
Alright, Mayushi won't lose this time. Ready? Start!
やべえ
Naya was more excited than usual. Was it because of all the praise that everyone had showered on Sergeant Clean? What is it?
いいえ
No, I just never
岡部さん
seen you
の
make
そういう
that face
顔
is all.
初めて見たかもと思って。
どういう
What
顔だ
face?
なんていうのかし
I
ら。
don't know. Like you're not
緊張し
nervous.
てない。
Like you're
リラックス
relaxed.
してる。初めて会った時
You've
から
always seemed like you were
あ
really
なたは
tense.
常に
Ever
意
since we
識を
first
張り
met.
詰めているような感じがしたから。
そうかな
Maybe. You
自
never
分で
really
は
realized
意
it.
識してなかったよ
At this time of night, the shops off the main road in Akihabara were starting to close, and there was no one around at all. The only ones walking down the alley at this hour are us four. I looked up, and I could just barely see the stars past the clear winter sky. Thoughts?
なあ
Hey,
ヒヤジョさん
Yajo. There's something I need to tell you
俺はクリスの
about
こと
Kurisu.
で
Thoughts?
クリスは
Kurisu was... Just as I was about to tell her, I could see Naya run across an intersection. Truck-kun again! Suddenly a black van with its headlights off leapt out of a side street and almost ran over Naya. Watch out! Naya just barely avoided being run over, but she fell butt first on the ground. Maya ran over to her. I warned you. I went to run over to Naya and realized that something was wrong. The black van's door opened and 3 people got out. 2 people were wearing masks and one was wearing a full face helmet. All of them had guns. They were speaking in English. What? The time and place were different. But this is the same thing I'd seen before. Why? The flashback froze me in place. The people with guns ignored Mayuri and I. They came straight for me and Maho. I decided they had to be after one of us. Run! I forced myself out of the flashback and grabbed Maho's arm, trying to force her to run. But... just run! I pushed her hard. Maho had a look of terror and confusion on her face, but she did what I told her and started to run. She ran down a narrow alleyway and vanished from sight. The attacker seemed to be after Maho, not me. They tried to follow her down the alleyway, but I quickly threw myself between them. I heard gunshots echo in the dark alleyway, and Mayuri and I screamed. Did they shoot? The attacker in a full face helmet had fired a warning shot into the sky, it looked like. Firing a gun on a Tokyo street was sure to get the police's attention. Did he just not care? I looked closer and realized that in addition to their black helmet, they were wearing a black motorcycle suit. At a glance I could tell the wearer was a woman. A woman. The black face mask kept me from seeing her face, but... was it Monika? No, that was impossible. She should be at Ferris's right now. The woman stood in front of me without a word. Are you after Hiyajo? If they were after Maho, I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to let her escape or not. The woman in the motorcycle seat kept her gaze locked on me at all times as she gave the other 2 men hand signals. They headed for the alleyway that Maho had used with their guns at the ready. Wait! I yelled. But I hesitated to do anything more. Those bulky guys would catch up with Maho almost immediately. But if I resisted, I put not only my own life in danger, but Mayuri's and Naya's as well. Damn it. Please get away, Maho. I prayed as I watched the attackers run down the alley. Suddenly, one of them came flying back out of the alley. The other one was crawling backwards with his gaze locked on whatever lurked in the alley's rear. It was as if he'd run into a bear. Kenoji? Someone was in that alley. Who? Suzuha? Kenoji! So, what the hell is going on here? A large muscular man appeared from the alleyway. It was Yugo Tenoji. Had he come all the way from his shop? I came to see why Naya was late. So, her and my daughter, will you? You're going to regret that. Pull back. I could hear the woman in the motorcycle suit shout from within her helmet. She must have been using a radio. It was in order to retreat. She made a fast call. She was probably a professional. The van started to pull away with its door still open. The driver must have still been inside. Mayuri and I were both still sitting on the ground, but evidently they were okay. The woman in the motorcycle seat turned around and tried to escape using another alleyway. Wait! I chased after her, but she suddenly spun and hit me with the stock of her gun. Yeah, that makes sense. It was so sudden I didn't have a chance to dodge, so I took the blow right on my jaw. I fell to the ground. I couldn't move. Okarin! I just hope Maho made it away okay. That was my only thought before I passed out. Maho just kept running. She had no idea what was going on, but from the way Okabe had been acting of the gunshots she'd heard, something really bad was happening. She prayed for Okabe and Mayuri's safety as she ran toward Ferris's condo. I need to tell everyone. If she could just get there, she could find Ferris, Kuroki, and Moika. Maybe they could do something. But just before she reached the building, she saw the black van from before coming down the street. She quickly turned around. She was starting to lose hope. If that van was still moving around, had Okabe and the others been captured? And now they were looking for her? No. No, that can't be. She felt herself starting to cry as she raced for the station. But she didn't know what to do once she got to the station. She needed to find the police, but she didn't know where the police station or police boxes were. Should she ask one of the people around or the station staff for help? What do I do? I need to calm down. There has to be something I can do. Her mind was racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and she needed to calm it down. And then she realized. That's right, the phone. Why didn't I think of this sooner? She searched the pockets of her clothes for her smartphone, and then just in case she checked her bag, but she couldn't find it in either place. Why? They were back. It was that same black van. It was driving around this area searching for her. She quickly hid behind a nearby coin-operated locker. Why? Where did my phone go? Did she drop it when she was running? She retraced her steps from before she'd left. Oh. And then she realized. She'd been talking with Okabe just before she left the condo. After she lied about having to make a call, Okabe had brought her the phone. Then she left it on the desk. It was probably still there. Oh no. Now I'm screwed. She would have to get to the police somehow. Maybe she should run into one of the stores. Several of them were still open. The best option would probably get to the station or Yodobashi. But their problem was that black van. It was still going around looking for her. If she moved, it might find her. She tried to make herself as small as possible and hide behind a telephone pole. I wonder if everyone is safe. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her and across her mouth. Someone had grabbed her from behind. She tried to yell and rip it off, but the hand wouldn't move at all. She couldn't even move her head. All she could tell was that it was a man's hand. Maho was starting to get ticked off at how ridiculous all this was. So she summoned every ounce of strength she could muster and slammed her elbow into the man behind her. Take this!
Oops.
Oops. She heard a small scream, and she was finally released. But she thought she knew that scream. Professor? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey there, Maho. It was Dr. Luxnen. He was holding his solar plexus as if in great pain, but he smiled at her. Before I continue on, because I really don't know how much longer this is gonna go, and I feel like there's a small chance it might go on for a while longer. So, Spooky, may I politely ask you to go to Ralph's and get me a pasta salad in the meantime, before they close at 1. Because I'm just getting more and more hungry at this point. Cries a little bit. Thank you. Appreciate it. I will give you a summary of what you missed. Yeah, pasta salad from Ralph's. It was really good.
護身術を身につけているとは感心だね。
Yes, Vicky will be the pasta salad hero today. So you're gonna self-defense, I'm impressed.
どうしてこんなとこ
What
に
are you doing here?
多分君と
Probably the same
同じ
as
理
you.
由さ。
Oh, is you also running from them?
Mr. Izaki
I was enjoying dinner
さっき
with
ま
the
で
Mr.
ディナーを
Izaki
楽し
until
ん
a
でいた
moment ago.
最後にメ
We
イ
decided
バ
to
ー
end the
に
night
行
by
こうと
going
した
to a maid bar when we were
銃を持
attacked
った
by
連
armed
中に
men.
襲われたんだ。
Yeah, okay, interesting.
私もそうなんです
やっぱりか。
I thought so.
これはギャス
You can assume that these are the same people behind the gas leak at our
同
office
じ理由と
and the
考
raid
え
on
て
your
良さそう
hotel.
だね。
狙いは
They might be after
Amadeus
Amadeus and the control keys I've got.
私が持っている制御コードを含めて
なるほど。
You see,
これから
what do we
ど
do
うしましょ
now?
う
He thought for a moment as he caught his breath. Evidently, the pain from Maho's elbow was receding.
今、エムデウスには
Can you
アクセ
access
スできる
Amadeus
かい
right now? Nope.
できません
No.
スマ
I
ホを
didn't
置いて
bring
き
my
てしまっ
soul.
て
OK。
Okay.
なら
Well,
ば、
let's go to the
オフィスに
office.
行こ
新しい方のオ
The
フィ
new
スですか
office? Looks at it and nodded.
う。目的が分からず
If we didn't know what they were after, there would be nothing we could do. But if they're after Amadeus, that makes this much simpler. We'll delete the access program for Amadeus that exists on the university network. And as soon as that's done, it's back to the States. We'll get you some protection. And then there's nothing they can do. But is there a problem? The professor's attitude was a little different from usual, and Maho found herself unable to say a word. His plan was the best that she could think of. They would delete the only way to access Amadeus from within Japan, and then get Maho and her control keys to safety. The only reason she was hesitating was sentimentally. Yeah, I'm just gonna move on. Oops. She hadn't been there long, but she enjoyed spending time with Okabe and Moeka. She didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, but she couldn't help it.
わかりました
Alright,
行きましょ
let's go. There was no one in Tokyo Denki University office. In the Tokyo Denki University office. She'd worried that her attackers might be waiting for her, but evidently she'd been worried over nothing. Ew.
We did it!
We did it.
どうやら
I guess they didn't get here before we
先回りはされていなかったよう
did.
だね。どうかしてかい
What's wrong?
うあ
No,
いえ
no.
そ
You're
うです
right.
ね
We were
幸運で
lucky.
す
They've been very lucky. So lucky, in fact, that she was actually feeling nervous. If they were after Amadeus, wouldn't they have come here first? This was only a temporary office that had been picked a few days ago. Maybe they didn't know about it yet.
考えすぎは
It's not a good idea to overthink things, huh?
マホ、急
Maho,
ご
let's hurry.
う。作業を頼
I'll
む
let
よ
you。do it.
はい
Okay. She quickly booted up her laptop and opened the login screen. Once again, her mind was drawn to the account name on the screen. Salieri.
マホ、
Maho. The professor noticed her hands had stopped and urged her on.
作業が難しいな
If it's
ら
difficult, you want me
私
to
がや
do
る
it?
か
He must have thought she was still upset over the attack, but she shook her head and got to work.
すみません
Sorry,
つい
I
考
was just
え事
thinking.
はここ数日
For the past few days,
私と
I've
ク
been
リスと
thinking
の関
about
係について
Kurisu
考
and I.
えていたんです
As she typed up the keys. Yeah. She explained things to Dr. Luxnen.
自分のユーザー名を
When
見
I
た
saw
ら
my username,
そ
I
れを
remembered
思
that.
い出してしまって私にとって彼
To
女
me.
は
She was
文字
Amadeus.
通りあま
クリスが
Kurisu was Mozart.
ああ、
I
それはつまり
So in other
マホ
words,
はクリス
you
に
were her
対しての
Salieri.
サリエリだったという
Dog, do not start. Please.
え
Yes.
うん
Hmm.
それで思い出
That
した
reminds me.
クリスも以前
Kurisu once
同
said
じ
the
ことを
exact
言って
same
いた
thing.
え
What?
クリスが
Kurisu did?
どんな風に
When?
ある日
One day.
エムデウス
When I heard
と
that
は
Amadeus
神
meant
に
beloved
愛
of
され
God.
た子という
I
意
said
味だ
this
と
to
聞い
Kurisu.
た私はクリス君はまさに
You really
エムデ
are
ウスだね
Amadeus.
とそしたら
And then she smiled and said this to me.
こう答えた
私がアマデウス
If I'm Amadeus,
サリエリは
then Maho is Salieri.
クリスが
Kurisu said
そ
that?
う言ってたんですか
あ
That's right.
クリスが
Kurisu. Maho's mind went blank. Kurisu had said that? What did she mean?
あ魔法
Maho,
大丈夫か
are you okay?
顔
You
色
look
が
pale.
悪いが
いえ
No,
大丈夫です作業を続け
I'll
ま
keep
す
working. Maho felt a tempest raging within her mind. But for now, she needed to focus on the work in front of her. She could focus later.
ログインできました
I've logged in.
いいんですね
You ready? Maho didn't look up from the screen.
あ
Yeah. Dr. Luxnen didn't hesitate at all.
あ別にエムデウス
We're
の
not
本
deleting the
体
real
を消去するわ
Amadeus.
けじゃない
Let's finish this
サク
up.
ッと済ませてしまおう
わかりました
Yeah.
アマデウスシステムへ
I'm
の接続
temporarily
プログラ
deleting
ム
the access program for
一時
Amadeus'
的にすべて
systems.
消去します
その必要はないわ。
There's no need for that.
え
Huh? She heard a voice from the entrance to the room and then a bang. Not Dr. Luxnen. Professor? By the time Maho looked up, it was all over. Dr. Luxnen was lying on the sofa. He wasn't moving at all. She could see a bloodstain spreading over his clothes. She didn't need to check. He was dead. What did you do?
動かないで。
Don't move.
レイエス
Dr. Reyes.
お久しぶりね。
It's been a while. Maho. But how?
話すと長く
It
なる
would be a long story.
話すつもり
It's
も
not
な
one
い
I'm interested in telling.
すべてを知ってしま
If you knew
ったら
everything,
あ
I'd
なた
have
を
to kill
殺
you.
すしかなくなってしまうもの。
And Dr. Reyes pointed the gun at Maho and smiled.
今の言葉の意味
You know what I mean,
わかるわね。
right?
私が殺さ
It
れず
means
に
there's
済
a
む
way
方
to
法
avoid you killing me,
ある
doesn't
って
it?
ことよね
うん
Mm.
頭のいい
love smart
子
little
は好きよ
The system finally booted, and Kurisu appeared on the screen.
先輩
Maho,
どうしたんです
what's wrong? Kurisu was extremely perceptive. She could tell that something was wrong just by looking at Maho's face. Dr. Rhea smiled silently. Maho kept staring at the gun as she answered.
今
I'm in big trouble.
その子に
Tell
今
her
の
what's
状
going
況を
on.
教えてあげなさいよ。
What?
その声
Is that Dr.
レイ
Reyes?
ス教授ですか
そうよ。
Yes, that's right. Maho spun the laptop around on the table so that Kurisu could see the entrance.
レイス教授
Dr. Reyes, that gun.
レスキネン教授が殺
Dr.
されたわ
Luxinen was killed. She
こ
shot
の女
him.
にねそんな
What? Kurisu was too shocked to speak.
レイエス教授
Dr. Reyes,
自
do you
分
know
が
what
何
you're
をやってい
doing?
るのかわかっあなたのこれまで
Your
のキャリ
career
ア
is ruined, you
無に
know
帰す
that?
のよ
大学の給
I
料
don't
で
think I
老
can
後
pay
が
for my
心配な
retirement or professor's salary.
ほら
You know, I've
私っ
had
て
trouble
男
finding a
運がない
man,
から
right?
だから
So I decided
も
to
っと
take a
稼
better
げると
paying
ころに
job.
転職したってわけ。
That was enough for Maho to understand what Reyes was after.
あなた
You're trying to use Amadeus for
Amadeusを
military
軍事転用する
purposes,
つもりな
aren't
のね
you?
答えないわ
I'm
よ。
not answering that. We already know the answer though.
言ったでしょ。
I told you.
すべてを
If you
知
knew
った
the
ら
whole truth,
あなた
I'd
を
have to
殺さ
kill
なけ
you.
ればならなくなる。
レスキネン教授
How
を
can
殺
you
して
say
おきな
that
がら
when you just killed Dr.
よ
Luxinen
くもそんな
and
ことが言えるわね
必要なのは
I
制
just
御
need the
コードよ。
control keys.
今の状態では
Even if I were to
たと
copy
え
out
デ
her
ータを丸ご
complete
とコ
data
ピー
right
したと
now,
しても
that bratty
こ
little
の
AI
生意
won't
気
do
な
what I
AI は
tell
私
her,
の
will
言うことを
she?
聞いたりしないでしょ。
生意気
Bratty?
それ
You mean me?
私のことですか
これでもマイルド
That's
に
the
表現
nicest
し
way
た
of
つも
putting
りよ
it.
さあ、マホ。
Okay, Maho.
こ
Unlock
いつが隠
Kurisu's
し持って
secret
いる秘
diary.
密の日記の鍵を開けなさい。わかるわよね。
You know what I mean, right?
制御コードを
Input the
入力
control
するの。
keys.
アマデウスの不可侵
Unlock
領
Amadeus
域
as
ストレ
an
ージに
accessible storage area.
それを
And
解
give
除
me
して
administrative
私を
access.
管理者として再設定するの。そこまでやって
Once
くれ
you've
た
done
ら
that, I can
あ
do
と
the
は
rest
こっちで何
myself.
とかするわ。
断ったら
And if I refuse,
今すぐに
you get to see the
本心
professor
再
again.
開させてあげる。
Nereus waved the gun a little from side to side and pointed to Dr. Luxinen's body on the sofa.
私が制御コードを打ち
And
込
what's
んだ
stopping
直
you
後
from pulling the trigger after
そ
I
の
give
引
you
き
the
金が引
control
かれないという
keys?
保証は誰
信頼してもら
You'll
う
just
しか
have to
ないわ
trust
ね。
me. I wouldn't trust you.
ただ、
But
こ
let
う
me
いう
say
言い
this.
方ならできる。今の私の
My
ボス
boss
は
needs someone to
アマデウス
maintain
のメンテナーを必
Amadeus.
要としている。あなたが転職
If
す
you're
るつも
thinking
り
of
があ
changing
るなら
jobs, I can
紹介して
introduce
あげて
you.
もいいわ。
Maho glanced back at the laptop. Kurisu was staring at her, worried.
先輩
Maho,
さあ、
no.
早くな
Hurry
さ
up.
い。
先輩
Maho.
分かったわ
Alright.
先
Maho.
クリス
Kurisu,
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry. Maho closed her eyes and started to sing.
ララララララララララララララ
わあ、
Why was that wolf?
アマデウスの制
So
御
the
コード
control
が
key
モ
for
ーツァルト
Amadeus is
の
a
メロディ
Mozart
ーだなん
melody,
て
huh?
随分
Classy.
洒落てるじゃない。
ララララララララララララララ
It happened as soon as she finished singing. An expression disappeared from Kurisu's face, and the background on the display turned red, and my headphone died. Let me get the other one back in.
問確認。確認完了。
Nope, can't hear the game anymore. I'm just gonna go ahead and save first, because I have tried fixing this. That dog. I've tried fixing this before and then just gone to shit, so yeah, let me. I think there is a chance that things have gone to shit already, but that is okay, because I expected it. Again, that doesn't really make it okay, but like, you know. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and not bother with my headphones, because I'm gonna have to reconnect audio shit, so. Because they're already low on battery. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna have. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll figure this out. I'll put it on monitor output. There you go. So I'll just be hearing the audio through OBS instead. Maybe, so long as the game hasn't crashed. Yeah, no, the game is broken, unfortunately. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to close and restart the game. A good thing I had saved. Yep, so. Unsurprising. But in that case, I'll go ahead and turn off the monitor output because there's no point. This is exciting. I love when I have to close and reopen the game. Because headphones died. There we go. Good thing I saved.
正門確認。
Initiating voice recognition. Recognition completed.
最高管理権限保持者
User identification as top level administrator, Hiyaja Maho.
受信したメロディーコ
The
ー
received
ドを
melody
データベー
code
ス
will
と
now
照
be
合
matched
しま
with
す
the database.
照合確認
Initiating match.
確認完了
Match complete.
当該メロディーコー
The
ドは
identified melody
第
code is the instruction to
555
initiate patch command
起動
number
命令です
555.
第555
Patch command number
バッチコマンドは
555 requires
最高管理
password
権
entry
限
from
保
a
持者によ
top
る
level
パスコード入
administrator.
力を必要とします入力確認
Initiating password
確認完
confirmation.
了
Password confirmation complete.
強制コード介入
This
により
override code will allow for the
パスコー
password
ド入力を
entry to
して
be skipped and the
本
patch to
バッチコマンドを
be
起動します
applied.
起動確認
Initiating boot up.
確認完
Boot
了
up complete.
本バッチコマンド
This
は
patch command will
アマデウ
unlock
スシ
the
ステムの
inaccessible
可信量
storage for
ストレージロッ
Amadeus,
クが
as well as
強制
allow a
解
new
除
top
及び
level administrator
そ
to
れ
be
に伴う
specified.
最高処理を続行します
Continuing processing.
この端末を除く
All access to
すべての
Amadeus except for this
アマデウスに対する
terminal will be
接続
shut
遮断
down.
します遮断確認
Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete.
この端末を
All
除く
access to Amadeus
すべて
except
の
for this terminal has been
アマデウスの
shut down.
遮断処理を続行します
Continuing processing.
現在実行中
All
の
executing
全機能を停止
processes
し
will
ま
now
す
be shut down.
A10
A10
神経
nerve
サーキット
circuit
ロジック
logic will
停
be
止しま
shut
す
down. I love that there's a tip, even in these times. An A10 nerve is a type of dopaminergic neuron that is a neuron that emits dopamine as a neurotransmitter. Dopaminergic neurons in mammals are divided into groups from A8 to A13, and the A10 nerves are responsible for sending dopamine from the ventral tegmentum in the midbrain to the cerebral cortex. Dopamine is a pleasure hormone that's sometimes called a natural drug. When a human being feels satisfied, dopamine is emitted from the A10 nerves and they feel pleasure. Science.
停止確認
Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete.
大脳前皮質
Prefrontal cortex emulation component will be shut down.
停止確認
Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete. Yes, ADHD stands for ass don't have dopamine, so true.
会話妨害
Hippocampal gyrus neural net subsystem will be shut down.
停止確認
Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete.
疑似視覚神経
Pseudo-optic nerve circuit systems 1 and 2 will be shut down.
停止確認
Initiating shutdown. Shutdown complete.
疑似聴覚神経
Pseudo-aural nerve circuit system will be shut down. Kurisu read out the messages in an emotionless voice at the same time as they flashed across the console.
検査確認
Initiating check. Check complete.
アマデウス
Amadeus's core framework is ready to be restarted.
処理を続行します
Continuing processing.
次に
Next, please specify the new top-level administrator. Awaiting entry.
入力をお願いします
Maho looked at Rios.
私
It's me.
正門確認
Initiating voice
確認完
recognition.
了
Recognition complete.
ビクトルコンドリア大学
Professor of
精神生理学研究所
Psychophysiology at
主席
Victor Conja
ジュディ・レイ
University.
エス教授です
Dr. Judy Rios.
新たな最高管理
Registering
権
as
弁
new
護士として
top-level
登録します
administrator.
登録確認
Initiating
確認完了
registration.
管
Registration
理者権
complete.
限が更新されました
Administrator list has been updated.
これより
The Amadeus system must be updated to allow access to an inaccessible
アマデ
area.
ウスシステムの更新を開始します警告します
Warning. All access will be automatically shut down until the update is
自動的
complete.
に拒否されます警告します
Warning.
更
This
新を途
update
中
may
で
not
キャ
be
ンセルすることは
cancelled.
できません警告します
Warning. It will take approximately 15 minutes for the update to complete.
警告します
Warning.
更新
When the
が完
update
了
is
した後
complete, the
システ
system
ム
will
は自動的に
automatically
再起動します
reboot.
警告は以上です
Warnings complete.
処理を続行
Continuing
します
processing.
確認事項は以上
All
です
confirmations complete. Continuing processing.
アマデウスシステム
All
を更新する
preparations
ための
complete for updating the
全ての準備が
Amadeus
整いました
system.
最高管理権
Awaiting
限保
final
持者による
confirmation from
開始実
top
行
level
指示をお願いし
administrator.
ます実行指示確認
Matching voice command.
確認
Match
完了
complete.
カウントダウン
Beginning
開始
countdown. Kurisu disappeared from the screen and was replaced with the timer reading 0:15:00. Maho sighed and sank into the sofa.
ご苦労さん
Good work. She felt something cold and hard at her temple. She didn't need to look to see what it was. Reyes was pointing a gun at her.
キーボードから手を
Take your
離
hands
して
off the keyboard
顔
and
の
put them
高さま
above
で
your
上げな
head.
さい
騙したのね
You tricked me, didn't you?
人聞きの悪い
Don't
こと
be
言
like
わない
that.
で
Come on, hands above your head.
さっさと手を上げて
Maho slowly raised her hands above her head as she was told.
そう
Yes,
それ
that's
で
right.
約束通り
I'll keep my
ボスには
promise and
紹介する
introduce you to my boss.
わ
I'll tell them I got the
アマデウス
perfect girl to be
の
Amadeus'
とても
main
優秀な
attainer.
科学者がいるってねそしたらボスは
And then you
きっ
know
とこ
what
う言う
they'll say?
わおいおい
Come on, Judy. It doesn't matter how good she is. That girls
死因
can't
は
write
コードを
code.
書けないだろってね
You.
人の良心と
Do you have no conscience at all? Ha!
大した価値が
I
ない
don't want to
自身
hear
の
that from a
命と
girl who
引き
tried
換
to
え
hand
に
over
アマデウ
Amadeus
ス
to
を
save
差し
her
出
own
そうとした
worthless
あんたに
life.
言われたくないわね違った
Or no.
もう
Not
差し
tried.
出しちゃった
You
のよ
already did, didn't you?
再起動後の
Once the
アマデウスの
reboot is
管理権
complete,
限は私に
Amadeus is
ある
mine. Kurisu will be my slave.
私の従順なしもべと化す魔法
Maho,
クリス
you can
が
look down
私の
from
靴を
heaven and watch as
喜
she
んで舐め
happily
る
licks my
姿を
boots.
天国でのんびりな
It was all over then. Maho slowly closed her eyes.
さあ
Now
祈り
pray.
なさい
Maho squeezed her eyes tight and prayed.
お願い
Please, God,
この後に及んで
I know you're
神頼
probably
みなん
mad that I'm asking for your help after all this, but
私にチャンスをくだ
give
さい
me a chance. And then she heard the sound of a door being flung open and opened her eyes. The door that led out to the hallway was now open, but no one was coming in.
誰も入るなと言
I
って
told you
ま
not
す
to let anyone in. Reyes was angry, but there was no answer. Marius raised the gun at Maho's temples just a little bit, suspicious. Then something came flying from the hallway. She took a step back without thinking, but there's no sign of it exploding.
何これ
What is this? It was large, dark green, and shaped like a tank for carrying liquids. Maho thought she'd seen it before. It had been in the corner of that lab.
対戦車地雷
An
いえ
anti-tank
レプリ
mine?
カね
No, that's just a
なんでこんな
replica,
もの
but
が
why? What? The next instant, white fog poured out of it, and she couldn't see anything.
何なの
What the heck? What's going on? Someone appeared right in front of Maho.
こっち
This way. Moeka. Hear you. Moeka dragged Maho through the fog and out of the room. When she was finally able to see again, she could hardly believe her eyes. Those men. There were men lying with guns on the floor. Were they with Rios? She took a closer look and realized that their outfits were similar to those of the men in the van.
大丈夫
It's okay. I just stunned them.
あなた
What are you?
説明している
There's
暇
no
は
time to explain.
今逃げるこ
For
と
now,
だけ
we
を
just
考
need
え
to get out of here.
こっち
This way. The elevator's been shut down. We'll take the stairs. Wait! Maho ran after Moeka.
どうしてここに
What are you doing here?
岡部君
Okabe told me.
無事なの
Is he okay? As they ran down the hallway, Moeka turned around and nodded slightly.
岡部君経由で
Amadeus got in touch with me
アマデウス
via
から
Okabe.
連絡がヒアジョンさんが
She
ここ
told
に
me
いること
that you were here.
クリスが
Kurisu told you? Just before they could run down the stairs, Moeka suddenly stopped. Maho barely avoided tripping as she quickly came to a halt. There were several footsteps coming up the stairs.
隠れて
Hide. Deafening noise erupted as the wall above the stairs was filled with holes. They'd been shot at, and those weren't ordinary guns. They were automatic weapons. Moeka readied her own weapon, preparing to fight. She leaned out for just a moment and fired. A counterattack came from below. Yajo! Moeka yelled as she fired short bursts down the stairs. What? Have you ever fired a gun?
練習でな
Just at a range.
待って
That's very American. Take this. Moeka drew a handgun from her belt and offered it to Maho.
もし
If someone comes from behind, shoot them. Moeka pressed the gun into Maho's hands and kept firing. It felt heavy. It was a Colt government model. She fired it many times at the range. Colt Government, a single-action semi-automatic pistol created by the Americans weapons manufacturing company Colt. It gets the same from so-called government model civilian version of the U.S. military's former official handgun, the M1911. It was first adopted by the U.S. military in 1911, and over the past century has seen countless variations. It is the weapon of choice for shooters all around the world. I can read. She held the grip with her right hand and flipped off the safety with her left. And then she tried to pull back the slide and realized that her hands were shaking. It was no good. She was too scared to shoot. She knew it was pathetic, but she lowered the arm that was holding the gun. It was kill or be killed right now. She knew that, but she still couldn't do it. She wasn't brave enough to point a gun at someone. She didn't want to survive that badly.
クリスは
Kurisu.
クリスは
How was it for
どうだ
Kurisu?
ったんだろう
When she was facing death, did she still try to survive? Did she do whatever she could think of to cling to life? I was sure that she did. Dog? Okay. We're just gonna wait for the dog to have a moment, I guess. How's the weather over there? It seems Spooky has arrived with the pasta. The pasta salad. Welcome back. Now hopefully the dog will be silent and I can keep up with the thingies. Yeah, the Kurisima could say that she knew wouldn't have given up until the very end. But then why wasn't she still alive? It was something Maho had never thought about. You know, if Kurisu couldn't avoid death, how could she?
やっぱり
I guess I really am
サリエリはサリエ
Salieri.
リね
Hmm. Oh. Convenient. That works, it's pretty much the same. I'll have to get a fork.
Sandwich, sodas, losing fat, and a lime habanero chips.
Fair enough. Yes, good. Pat the Maho. She really needs fucking pats right now. Fuck. Oh yeah, the recap's gonna be so much fun, Spooky. While you're in the kitchen, could you get me a fork? Wow. Pasta salad and exactly finger food, I'm afraid.
Obviously, they eat pasta salads, and grabbing each individual pasta and each individual chicken piece with your tongue like a chameleon.
I really hope that was caught on the microphone. Please don't finger your food, Hifumichu, please. Okay. Back to reading this. She didn't mean for Moeka to hear her.
私にできたのは
All I could ever
せ
do
い
was
ぜ
be
い
jealous of
アマリウスに嫉妬するく
Amadeus.
らいだったわ
She just wanted to put on a brave face at the very end.
頑張って背伸び
I
して
tried everything I could keep
なん
up
と
with
か彼
her.
女と一緒に歩こうとした
At the very least, when Dr. Reyes found her cold body, she could greet her with a smile.
でも
But
全
I
部無駄だ
couldn't.
った
You can't beat someone who's beloved by
神に
God.
愛された子に
Hmm.
勝てるはずがなかったのよ
The gunfire stopped suddenly. Oh, shit. Moeka was hiding and swapping out a cartridge. She glanced over at her. No,
サリエリは
Salieri wasn't jealous.
していなかった才能を持った
It's
人は
possible for someone with talent to respect someone with even greater talent.
尊敬することは可能それは
That goes for
ヒヤ
you,
ジョさんも
too.
同じはず
Okay, what you missed. What do you remember happening as you left? Don't worry, that's irrelevant. That's just her being in her, like, armed mode. But what do you remember last seeing before you left? Because I don't remember. Like, I don't know what you saw before leaving, so... Lee. That's not helpful. Lee. You can tell it's late at night. Pasta salad, good. Good choice. Okay, I guess while you tell me what you last remember, I'll keep reading. And that goes for you too.
サリエリがモーツァルトを
Salieri
毒殺したエ
poisoning
ピソー
Mozart
ド
was
だっ
just
て
a rumor at the time.
当時の映画は
The movie took that
その噂を
rumor and added to
脚
it.
色したもの栗島さんが
That's what Kurishima said.
言ってたどうして
How did you?
ヒヤジョさんが
I heard you
岡
talking
部
to
君と
Okabe.
話していた
I
のを
wanted to
聞
know
い
the
て
truth for myself.
知りたくなったサリエリが
Did Salieri hate Mozart so much he wanted to kill him?
殺したいほど憎んでいたのかでも
But
サリエリは
I don't think Salieri was jealous of
嫉妬なんか
Mozart
して
at
い
all.
なかったと思いますよ。例えば
There's a letter that he wrote 2 months before Mozart died.
残っています。そこでサリエリは
In the letter, Salieri praises Mozart's magic flute opera
またこの
highly.
オペラを大絶賛してい
The
るんで
magic
す。
flute again.
二人は
I think the two of them respected each other a lot.
とても尊敬し合っていたんですよ。
モーツァルトも
Mozart respected Salieri.
尊敬クリスは
Did Kurisu know that?
それを知っていたのかしらクリスが
Then, when she said I was
私のことを
Salieri. There you go.
サリエリだって言ったのも
Maho is about to delete uni access to Amadeus, and Maho is explaining to Lux why she hesitated to log in. Lux learned and said that Kurisu also drew parallels between her and Maho, Mozart, and Salieri. Okay, so that's kind of ironic. She's mentioning that again. Okay, so, So, Judy, our buddy, pal, Dr. Rios, shows up and kills Lexington and holding Maho at gunpoint, forces Maho to give her the administrative access that Maho has over Amadeus. Otherwise, she was going to kill Maho, but like hinted that she would have a purpose for Maho after she does the thing to like help like Amadeus run still in the future sort of thing. But then after Maho swapped the administrator access to be for Judy instead of herself, Judy put the gun to Maho's temple. It's like, yeah, I can tell my boss that you could do that, but he's gonna say something along the lines of like, a dead girl can't code. So, but before she could pull the trigger or anything, Moika came in with, I believe, the future gadget that's like the smoke, smoke bomb, threw that in, swooped in, took Maho, and they were on their way out at a staircase, but there's like a bunch of people like coming up the stairs, and Moika's shooting them down, and gave a gun to Maho, and yeah, that's where we are now. So, yeah, you missed kind of a lot, but also not a lot at the same time. Which I guess makes sense because you weren't gone for that long, all things considered. I know Moika's a good. No reason to worry about her biker outfit. It just means she's armed. Yeah, the pasta salad here got back pretty quickly. Like, the Ralph's is like super fucking close. It's just like down one of the streets that are like close to the apartment complex. Yeah. I would describe it better than that, but that would be like saying street names and stuff. So I'll refrain from that. I just realized you could insert Dr. A's into the song Dr. Zeiss, which is a parody of the pop song Amadeus by Falco, which was written because the movie Amadeus was so popular. That's kind of funny. Actually, speaking of more Mozart, the control password was actually the melody to the first part of that one Mozart song. That's been their like little connecting thing, so it could be on purpose, Spooky. Anything's possible with Steins Gate. This pasta salad's so fucking good. Okay, you're now all caught up, so. Then when she said I was Salieri, there's no way to know what she meant now. It was up to Maho to decide what it meant.
クリス
Kurisu.
クリス
Kurisu.
先輩
Maho. You tried to watch the stream on the way to the store and caught that bit with the past melody. Aw. Maho.
桐生さん
Kiryu.
私
I have to go back.
戻らなきゃあの子を
I have to save
助け
her.
なきゃクリスを
I have to save Kurisu. Moeka nodded and threw down her gun and took something that looked like a green soda can off her belt.
スタングレネード
Stun grenade.
目と耳
Close your eyes and
どっ
ears.
ちいて
What? Moeka threw it down the stairs before Maho could respond. She quickly covered her eyes and ears, and then she heard the boom. They snuck back to the office. Maho and Moeka quietly looked inside the open door. Reyes was still there, and the Amadeus reset counter was about to complete.
止めないと
We need to stop her.
待って
Wait. Maho stopped Moeka before she could go in. She knew what was about to happen.
再起動が終了
Reboot
しました
complete. Booting
アマデウ
Amadeus
スシステム
system.
起動します
私が
Do you know who I am?
わかるかしら
Kurisu.
クリス
Reyes began to talk to Kurisu. Her face was completely expressionless.
正門音称号
Matching voice. Voice identified as Judy Reyes, professor of psychophysiology at Victor Condria University.
イエ
Yes.
ス私の権
Can
限
you
を
tell me
教
my
えてくれる
access rights?
レイエス教授は
Dr.
アマデウ
Reyes
スシ
is
ス
the
テムに
top
対
level
して
administrator of the
最高管理
Amadeus
権限を
system.
保持していますレイエス教授はアマデウスシステム
Dr. Reyes has full
全
and
ての
complete
情報に
access
対
to
して
all Amadeus
一切
related.
の例外なく
How
完全
hiccups.
なアクセスを許可されています
Dr. Reyes has full and complete access to all Amadeus related information.
早速だけど
Let's start by
あなた
making
の
a
不可
backup
侵
of
領
your
域ストレージ
inaccessible
のバックアッ
storage
プを取りた
areas.
いの
保存先のストレー
Please
ジを指定してくださ
designate
い
the save folder. Reyes took out a USB memory stick and put it into the laptop.
今挿した USB
Save it to the
メモリの保存
USB I
先
just plugged in.
コピーを開始します
Initiating file copy.
42秒
Please wait
お待ちください
42 seconds. Reyes' face was flushed with excitement. Monica looked at her, eager to rush in, but Maho still shook her head.
転送が終了し
File
ました
copy complete. Reyes hurriedly moved to take out the USB memory stick, but...
なんて言うとでも思った
Did you really think I was gonna say that? Suddenly, Kurisu's mechanical, emotionless voice suddenly regained its humanity, and she was clearly pissed off. But what?
モーツァル
A
トの
Mozart
メロ
melody
ディー
was the
は正確
control
なキー
key.
ワードそんなわ
How
けな
dumb
く
do you have to be to believe that?
本当に更新し
How
な
is
くちゃいけな
Maho
くなった
supposed to do
時
updates at the
先輩の
lab
研究
then?
所で入力できないじゃないそんなことしたら
The professor
きっ
would
と教授
record
が
it and
デジタル
play it
保存
at
して
every
パーティ
party.
ーのたびに再生するに
You
気
know
が
what?
張っ
That
て
is a
る
good
もん
point. But what? Moika's eyes were wide with surprise as well. I had a feeling there was like a chance of it being a farce, but like Maho was so close to death. Like, Maho grinned at her. She'd known this the whole time.
So
You're
this-
kidding me.
嘘なんかないわよ
Nope.
もちろん
Of course, there's not a single byte of data on that USB
1ネット
drive,
だってデータはコピーしてないから。
but
でも
but all those system messages, acting, my dear.
はあれ
Oh, those.
適当よ。
I just made them up. None of them were real. You made them up?
マホ先輩
Once Maho started singing, I knew what was up.
これは時間を稼
She
ごう
was
として
trying to
いる
buy time,
だから
so I made it look like your plan was
成功した
succeeding.
ように見せかけた。システムメッセージ
The
は
system messages were just every bit of nonsense I could come up with. That was it. Maho was worried, but Kurisu had figured it out. They knew exactly what each other was thinking. She'd been a little amused by a tender circuit logic, though. Where did she even come up with that stuff? And why would I have to read the output when the console is right there? So true. This isn't a sci-fi movie. How inefficient can you possibly get? Hey, hey. How does it feel to know you got totally conned? Huh? How does it feel? Reyes grabbed the gun off the table and leveled it at the screen in anger. Yeah, sure. Shoot the one thing that you need for your shit. You goddamn AI! It was time. Maho nodded to Moika, then went inside with her gun raised.
そこまでよ。
That's enough. As Reyes turned around with surprise, Maho leveled the gun at her. Moika had her gun drawn too, which made it 2-1.
レイエス、
Reyes,
銃をこ
give
ち
me
ら
the
に。
gun.
マホ
Maho,
聞こえなかった。
didn't you hear me?
銃をこちらに。
Give me the gun. Now put your hands above your head. Reyes glared at her in rage, but slid the gun down the table. Then she slowly put her hands above her head. Maho's gaze met Kurisu's for a moment. Their eyes met, exchanging for a secret smile at a glance. In a glance despite their motionless mouths.
私の仲間
Did you kill all the men with me?
もしまだなら
If you
急いだ
haven't,
方が
you should hurry. They'll be here
すぐ
soon.
ここに駆けつけてくれよ。
Reyes was right. The stun grenade had neutralized them, but it wouldn't last forever.
外は見張ってお
I'll
く
watch outside. Moika headed for the door. Maho turned back to Reyes.
下にいる連中に
Tell all the men below
投
to
降するよう
surrender.
に伝えて。
私を
You're
殺
not
す
planning
つも
on
りは
killing me?
あなたの尊
I
敬す
killed
る
your
師を
favorite
目の
professor
前
right in front of you, and you're going to let me
こ
live?
の私をいまあそれ
Well,
もしょうが
maybe
ない
you
かも
can't
しれない
help
わ
it.
ねあなた
You've never
そ
fired
の
that
銃
gun,
使っ
have
たこ
you?
とないんでしょ
バカにしない
I have to.
去年
I
もその
fired
人
one
で
at
ちゃん
10 at
と撃った
the
わよ。
range last year. That's definitely not the same, dear.
ほらやっぱ
I knew it. You've only
古い
handled
タ
the
イプ
old
しか触ったこ
models.
とないのねその銃
The newest ones have
暴発
two
防止の
safeties
ため
on
に
them to prevent
最新の型では安
misfires.
全装置が2つついてるの
I feel like that's a bluff, but... What? Without thinking, Maho tilted the gun to see.
ヒヤジョさん
Yaja, no! And that one instant was all it took.
嘘よ
Just kidding. Yeah, I had a feeling. Reyes leapt on top of her and grabbed Maho's wrist. She couldn't aim like this. Maho struggled and tried to brush her off, but before she could, she felt an impact to her solar plexus. Reyes' fist was buried in her chest. The pain was so bad she doubled over. And Reyes took her gun. The gun.
形勢逆
The
転よ
tables have turned. She pointed the gun at Maho and turned her bloodshot gaze to the entrance of the room.
そこの女
You.
あなた
You're a rounder, right? Put down the weapon and
武器を
come
捨ててこ
here.
っちに来なさい
Moika put her gun on the ground and came back into the room.
そこで膝を
Get on your knees and put your hands in the
両手を上げな
air.
さい
Moika didn't resist.
いい子ね
Good girl. Stay
話
still
が
until
終わ
we're
るま
done
でじっとして
talking.
て
Move an inch and Maho's cerebral cortex is going to stop functioning.
マホの大脳が機能を停止するから気をつけて
Maho blamed herself. Her own stupidity had put Moika in danger too. Okay, Maho. This is your last chance.
最後のチャンス。制御コード
Tell me the
を教えな
control
さい。
code.
いやよ
No.
死にたい。
Do you want to die?
撃ちなさいよ
Shoot me.
Why?
What?
撃てって言って
I said shoot me.
クリスは私
Kurisu is my friend.
唯一
She's my best friend in the world.
誰があんたなん
And I'm not giving her to you.
あんたの口を
I'd rather die than see her lick your
死ん
boots.
だ方がマシよ
そう。
I see.
いい度胸
You've
じゃん
got guts.
その覚悟に
Alright.
応じて
I'll give up on getting
私はアマ
Amadeus
デウスの
then.
獲得は諦め
Yeah,
ない
fucking right.
じゃあ
Bye. Maho grit her teeth and prepared for death.
待って
Wait,
何
what?
制御コードを
If
教
I
えた
tell
ら
you the control code,
ヒヤ
will
ジ
you
ョ
let
さん
Hiyajo and me live?
私の
You don't
命を
know the control
助けて
code.
くれるの
What are you talking about, Moeka?
もちろん
Yes, of course.
私の狙いは
I'm only
あ
after
くまでアマ
Amadeus.
デウスよ
I have no reason
あ
to
なた
kill
たちを
you.
殺す理由はそもそもない
Doubt.
騙されないで
Don't let her trick you, Kiryu.
こいつはどう
She's
せ
going to
殺
kill
す
us
気な
either
の
way. But Moeka didn't seem to hear her. She was too busy thinking about something. What was she going to do? Maho couldn't figure it out.
アマデウス
Amadeus,
制御
prepare
コ
for
ードの
control
パスを
code input.
受理せよでアルテ
Is it really going to be the German phrase?
そんな
What?
どうしてそれ
How
を
did you know that?
嘘
No way.
ビュルフェルト
やめて
Stop it, Kiryu.
ニヒト
制御コードが入力されました。
Control key confirmed. Shifting system to emergency mode. Executing patch program specified by the control key. There will be no confirmations issued during processing. Please be careful when using this patch. Awaiting top-level administrator Maho Hiyaja's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Maho Hiyaja's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Maho Hiyaja's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Maho Hiyaja's orders to execute process. Awaiting top-level administrator Maho Hiyaja's orders to execute process. Amadeus' mechanical voice filled the room. How? Maria's lips curled into a grin.
ビンゴねラウンダーの情報
I guess you
収集
shouldn't
能力
underestimate the Rounder's ability to gather information.
さあ、マホ
Okay, Maho.
ゴーと
say
言いなさい
No.
いやいや
No.
できない
I can't.
ゴーと言って
Say go.
ヒヤジョさん
Hiyajo.
あなたが生き
You
残
need
る
to,
ため
if
に
you want to survive. She literally said she would rather fucking die. Respect that, Moeka.
キリュウさん
Hear you.
そんなの
I can't do it.
無理よ言って
Say it.
じれったいわ
I'm
ね
getting tired of this.
マホ
Let me give you a little
背中を押してあげる。
incentive, Maho. What? Rias turned the gun toward Moeka, and with no hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Moeka fell on the floor with a bullet in her chest. If you're just gonna kill Moeka, then she might as well die too. Like, you're not giving her more incentive to survive. I'm just saying.
大変
Oh dear,
お友達
your
は
friend's
出血
bleeding
多量の
out.
重
She'll
傷
die if she doesn't get
放っておけば
treatment.
確実に死ぬわ
Moeka tried to say something to Maho, but all that came out of her mouth was blood.
キリュウさん
Kiryu,
さあ言え
say it.
早
Hurry.
く
クリス
Kurisu.
ゴーよ
Why? Why would you say go? Like, you're already dead anyway.
最高管理権限保持者、ヒヤジョマ
Command received from top-level administrator Hiyaja Maho.
指定された
Executing patch program.
実行します。
今度こそ
This time.
指定されたバッジ
This
プログラ
patch
ム
will
は
permanently delete all Amadeus-related
す
data.
べてのデータを
Okay,
完全に削除するものです。
that's fine. Huh?
削除対象には
This includes
これま
all
で
memory
取得され
data
た記憶デ
backups.
ータのバックアップ
な
What? Honestly, this is what I thought Maho was doing the first time. Like, if not a bluff, then, like, just deleting Amadeus outright. So,
ローカルに保存されている
locally stored
データの
decryption keys will
暗
be
号解除
deleted
キ
and
ーを
rendered
消去し
inoperable as well.
すべての証拠
It will
を
take
完了する
15
まで
minutes to
には
complete the
15
deletion.
分削除処理を
Beginning
開始し
deletion.
ます。
Maho, what's going on?
なんでデータ
Why is the data being deleted? The control key was supposed to unlock the inaccessible storage area, right? Nope.
秘密の日記を開ける
There was
鍵なんて
never a way to open her secret
もと
diary.
もとそんなもの
Like, she said that like a dozen
用意
times.
してないの
Like,
よ
come on.
当たり前じゃない
Of course not.
アマデウスが兵器
Any
経
kid
由
could
され
figure
る可
that
能
that
性なんて
Amadeus might be abused for
誰
military
だって想像が
purposes.
つくもの絶対に
And I couldn't let that
それ
happen.
は避けなければならなかっただから
So I made a part of
アマデウスには
Amadeus that
外
could
部から
never be
絶対に
accessed
触れ
from
る
the
ことのできな
outside
い領
and
域を作っ
surrounded
て
it with an invincible
そ
wall.
れを無敵の防壁で囲ったの設計した私で
Even
すら
I, its designer,
その
couldn't get
壁を乗
over
り
the
越えるこ
wall.
とは不可能なようにしたどこにも出入り口
It's
が
a
ない
wall
城
with no
壁は
entrances or exits. Invincible,
無敵でしょ
right?
そん
But that's...
まあ
But since we were
大学
using
の研究費
university
を使っ
funds
て
to
いる
make
の
it,
に
I couldn't exactly
コン
tell
ト
them
ロ
there
ール
was
可
an
能な
area
ソ
that
フ
was
トウ
out
ェ
of
アを
our
作るとは言い
control.
にくかったから対外的には
So I just told everyone else
制御
about the
コードの
control
存在を
keys.
説明していたわけでも
But the real purpose of the
制御コ
control
ードの本
keys
来のアマデウスの
was
全
to
リ
delete
ソース
every
デ
bit
ー
of
タの削除
Amadeus's
バッチコマ
resource
ンド
data.
要するに
In other words, a
自
self-destruct
爆スイッ
button.
チよこれを本当に
I
起動
never
する
thought
日
I'd
が来
actually
ると
have
は
to use it though.
思ってなこれで全部よ
That's everything.
もう隠しているこ
I
と
don't
は
have
何
any
もな
other
い
secrets.
どうかしら
Are you
満
satisfied?
足してくれた
You.
どいつもこい
You little bitch. Reyes put the gun right between Maho's eyes. Do it. Maho didn't look away.
役立たず
If you're not going to help, then you can just die. How is she supposed to help now? You goddamn founder. Oh, Moiko. Reyes fell on the floor. She'd been shot by the dying Moiko, who was still lying on the floor. Kiryu. Maho ran over and held her in her arms.
よかった
I'm so glad
生きようとして
that you tried to live.
くれて
She was shot in the chest, right? Just saying.
桐生さん
Kiryu,
あの時
what you told me
してく
before
れたこと
made me so happy.
嬉しかった
Someone could
代わりが
take
い
your
る
place.
自分よ
Someone's
り
better than you.
優れた
So
人がい
what?
る
Bullet deflected by
そ
Ruba.
れが
She is in the
何
middle
か
of
っていうの
dying, so no, unfortunately.
私は
Because I'm me, not someone else.
いや
That goes for you, too.
同じマキセク
Kurisi
リス
Makise has nothing to do with
関係
it.
ないあなたは
Because you're you, not her.
あなただから
There's the blood. The blood she coughed up dribbled down the top of her motorcycle suit.
桐生さん
I wish her luck fitting proper bullet protection in that cat suit, but I was expecting yet another fake out, to be honest. Yeah, no, we wouldn't be so lucky to get that many fake outs. Like, it's Steins Gate. Like, come on. Hurry and get away before someone comes.
私は
Leave me.
置いていって
何言って
What are you saying? But it was obvious that Moeka couldn't move. Even if Maho got out of the building and got help by the time she got back.
そうだ
I know. Maho left her the laptop on the table.
クリス
Kurisu, call an ambulance. But Kurisu didn't move at all. Her data was already being deleted. She would never go back to the Kurisu she had been before. But that didn't stop Maho from trying to rely on her.
クリス
Kurisu, please, move. Help
キリ
Kiryu.
助けてお願いよ
Please,
助けて
help me.
クリス
Kurisu. And then,
先輩
Maho.
先輩
Maho,
どうして
why are you
泣いてるんです
crying? Huh? Maho looked up, her face covered in tears, and saw that Kurisu's expressionless face was gone, replaced by a gentle smile. Kurisu,
泣かないでください
don't cry, Maho.
先輩
Come on,
ほら
wipe your tears.
涙を拭いて
Kurisu moved her hand on the screen, as if to wipe away Maho's tears.
触れない
I can't touch you. No, you can't.
私
I
先輩に
can't
触れない
touch you. Kurisu was acting differently than usual.
まさか
No way.
私
Became Amadeus?
これも想定される
So
世界
this is
の
one
可
of
能
the
性
world's potential outcomes. Or
生命と機械に
perhaps a new
とっての可能性
possibility for
というの
biological and machine life. She wasn't making sense, but that was to be expected. It was a miracle that she was able to talk during the deletion process at all.
とにかくよかった
I'm just glad
まだ
you're
消
not
えてな
gone
くて
yet.
消える
Gone?
アマデウスを
You're deleting Amadeus? Kurisu's strange words were worrying her, but she didn't have time to check.
クリス
Kurisu,
お願い
please, call
今
an
すぐ救
ambulance.
急車を呼んでキリュウさんが撃たれ
Kiryu's
た
been shot.
意識
She's
がないの
unconscious.
しっかりしてください
Hang in
先
there,
輩
Maho.
今救急車を
I've
手配
arranged
しま
for
し
an
た
ambulance to
すぐ
come.
に到着
It
し
will
ます
be there soon.
大丈夫
It's fine.
キリュウさん
Kiryu
が
will
助かります
survive.
まだダメよ
She isn't safe yet.
彼女を
I need to
下ま
get
で
her
運ばないと
downstairs. But there's all those men with
でも
guns.
武装した連中がいて
それも大丈夫
That's fine too.
今
I
ビルの
just checked
監視
using
シ
the
ステムで
building
確認しま
security
した
system.
武装集団は
They're already
すでに
preparing
逃亡
the
の準備をし
retreat.
ているみたいです救急隊が来るの
You
を
should
待
wait
った
for
方
the
がいいでしょう
EMTs to get there.
止まっていた
I'll
エレベータ
restart the
ー
stopped
は再開させてお
elevators.
きます
そう
I see. There's no trace of her strange words from before. Hearing Kurisu talk like she always did made Maho feel so much better.
ありがと
Thank you. Now that the danger had passed, all the tension drained from Maho's body. Too tired to stand, she fell to the floor.
今ログを見ました
I just checked the
先
log.
輩
Maho,
歌お上手だったんですね
I didn't know you were so good at
ピアノ
singing.
ソナタ第
Piano
18番
Sonata 11, huh?
ここだけの秘密
Just
です
between you and me.
そのメロ
The
ディー
melody is the login
私の
password
マイ
from my
パソコンのログ
computer.
インパスワードと同じなんです
I see. I don't know how you would implement that, but interesting.
そう
I see. Maho couldn't bring herself to tell her to forget that she'd ever sung the song. It didn't matter anyway. Kurisu would be gone soon. Dude, please spare yourself and just fucking sob at this point. Goodness. Dawn isn't here to gift you, and neither is Catman. Thoughts?
先輩
Maho. Kurisu's voice changed a little again. She could hear a bit of tension in it.
今から私が言うことを
Please don't ever forget what I'm about to tell you. Maho could see the countdown timer displayed right next to Kurisu. There are less than 60 seconds left.
私たちがたどり着
The
く
world
べ
we
き世
must
界は
reach is real.
確かに存在します
Steins Gate, huh?
私たちは
And we
必
will
ず
reach
そこへ
it.
たどり着けます
Her words were very vague, but Maho could sense that they were something very important that Kurisu wanted to tell her.
何の話なの
What are you talking about?
私は先
I know
輩
you
のことを
well,
よく知ってい
Maho.
ます
As a scientist,
研究者としての先
I
輩
might know you better than anyone in
も
the
しかしたら
world,
世界中の誰よりも知っているかもしれません。だから
and so I can
確
say
信を
this
持っ
for
て言い
sure.
ます先輩は
You'll
必
be
ず
able to
私が
finish the
残した
research
研
I
究を
left
完成さ
behind
せ
and
さら
open
に
up
そ
a
の
path
先
to
の
what
地
lies
平を切り開
beyond,
くことができます私が
even if I'm
いな
not
くても
here.
です先輩のことを世
I
界
know
中
you
の誰
better
より
than
知っている
anyone
こ
in
の
the
私が
world,
そ
and
れ
I
を保証し
guarantee
ます
it. She knew what Kurisu was trying to say. She was trying to say, you'll do something that surpasses what I ever could.
そしていつか
And
先
someday,
輩の研
your
究が
work will
必
be
要になる
needed.
時が来ます必ず来ます
You can be certain that the day will come
先輩の研究が
when your research
世界を
saves the
救う
world.
時が
世界を
When my
救う
research saves the
研
world.
究。
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, I can't explain the details.
先輩と私
It's a
が
miracle that you and I can even talk like this.
奇跡的なことなんです奇跡なんて
I know miracle isn't a word that scientists are supposed to use, though.
あなたは
Are you
クリスなの？
Kurisu?
今の先輩と
I'm
もう
really
一度
happy
話が
that I
でき
got
て
to talk to you
本当
again.
に嬉しいです
Kurisu didn't answer her question.
クリス。
Kurisu. Without thinking, she tried to apologize. But she didn't even know why. But she tried to apologize. In the last seconds of their final goodbye, she found herself trying to say that she was sorry. But when she saw Kurisu smile, she understood. That smile was her answer. No matter what her apology meant, there was no need for it.
あなたを
I believe
信じる
you.
わ。信じる。
Believe, huh?
何の根
A
拠もな
good
い。
scientist would believe something without
ある
any
まじき言葉ね。
evidence. That was all the strength Maho could muster, the best she could do. If she had to say goodbye to her beloved and bratty friend, this is how she wanted it to be. It was a conversation they had many times back at the old lab.
解があると
The
信じ
real
て突き
scientist has
進
to
むのが
believe there's an
科学
answer
者
and
のあ
move
るべき
forward to
姿ですよ
find it. The rush of memories was, in this time and place, sorrowful. Because in fact, Kurisu had died a few months ago, a span of time that felt like both many years and only yesterday. There were less than 10 seconds left. There's only time for 1 or 2 more words.
それと先
And
輩
Maho,
法王院今日
take care of
よろしくお願い
Kyomon
し
Hyoin
ます
for me.
ほーい。
Hyoin.
誰
Who?
のこと？
いずれわかり
You'll
ますよ
understand someday, I'm sure of it. And suddenly, Kurisu disappeared from the screen and was replaced by a message saying the deletion was complete.
さようなら、
Goodbye,
クリス。
Kurisu. He was never going to see Kurisu or Kurisu ever again. But she realized that the tears just wouldn't stop. They flowed freely. And she didn't even try to stop them. She cried like a little girl until the EMTs arrived. Nope.
ご搭乗の皆様、
Attention all
当機は
passengers.
間
We'll
も
be
なく
departing
離陸いたし
shortly.
ます。
Please fasten your
シー
safety
トベルトをご
belts.
着用ください。お客様、
Ma'am.
お客様、
Ma'am. Huh?
あ、
Oh, me?
私？
間もなく離陸い
You'll
た
be
します
taking。off soon.
シー
Please
トベル
fasten
トを
your
ご着用
safety
くださ
belt.
い。
ああ、
Oh, right.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
日本を
Am
離
I
れるの
sad
が
about
寂しいの
leaving
かしら。
Japan?
そうかもしれないわね。
Maybe I am. It'd been almost a month ever since everything had happened. But that month had passed in an instant. Too much had happened during her stay in Japan. Yeah. It might take her far longer than she spent on those islands to process it all. So true.
研究所に帰ったら
What should I do when I get
ど
back
う
to
し
the
ようか
lab?
しら。まあ
Well,
研
I
究
don't
所
know
自
what's going to
体
happen to the research.
どうなるかわからないけど
Anyway, god damn these hiccups. The loss of Dr. Luxnen thrown the Brain Science Institute into a panic. There's probably going to be a power struggle to see who would get to take over. The scandal with Dr. Rios had thrown the psychophysiology lab into an uproar. There was talk of shutting down the whole department. Mokia had missed her vitals. Sirius had survived. Okay. The CIA or FBI was probably investigating right now. She didn't know much about it, or care. Moika had survived because of the EMTs that Kurisu had called. Thank God. She needed almost a month in the hospital, so she had to quit her job temporarily. The article she'd been working on had been cancelled.
アマデウスがなくなっちゃったもんね。
Amadeus is really gone, huh? Maho's deletion program had worked perfectly. And as a result, the Brain Science Institute's greatest creation, Amadeus, was gone forever.
でも大丈
But
夫
it's fine. That's what she told herself. I don't know, man. I don't think she deserves a break. The digital lobotomy isn't that bad. That's what she told herself.
私が何か変わってしまったわけでは
I
ないも
haven't
の。
changed.
私は私
I'm
よ。
still me, not someone else.
今までと何も変わらない
Nothing's changed at all.
自
I'll
分の
just
信じ
follow
る
the
道を
path I
進むだけ
believe
よ。
in. In the past month, Okobe had told her everything. He told her everything about his own story. At first it was unbelievable, but then she'd seen the real time machine and heard about Steins Gate. She was finally able to believe. More precisely, she wanted to believe. Kurisu's final words flashed through her mind.
私たちがたどり着
The
く
world
べ
we
き
must
世界
reach is real,
確かにそう私たちは
and we will
必
reach
ずそ
it.
こへたどり着けます
There was no way to know now what had happened then. Amadeus's data was 100% deleted, so she couldn't even check the log. But she did have one theory. Amadeus was a simulation of the human brain. Theoretically, there were no differences between it and the real thing. As proof, it was possible to take memory data from one person and deploy it into an Amadeus, making it behave like a copy of that person. This meant that anything that could happen to a human brain could happen to Amadeus.
もし
If a human's memories from a
別の
different
世界
worldline
線
can
の
be
記
shared
憶が
across space-time,
時空を超えて共有されるそれが
it would make sense if that
Amadeus の
Amadeus
中
could
で発生した
experience
と
that
しても
too.
おかしくはない
There was no way to tell now. It was possible that Amadeus had suffered from a major error before her deletion, and Maho was interpreting it that way to make herself feel better. Or maybe Amadeus had just come up with something to say to make her feel better. Or maybe Maho passed out and been dreaming. No, she would never know. Amadeus was gone forever. What are you talking about? What idea you had early on? At least from this world line.
まあ別に構わな
That's
いわ
fine.
いずれ本人に聞
Someday
く
I'll
から
ask her myself. Kurisu had asked her to believe in what she'd said and in Maho's own abilities. She'd asked her to believe.
信じるわ
I believe you, Kurisu. She gently laid a hand upon the small bag on her lap. There was a small laptop hard drive inside. It was the one from Kurisu's laptop.
ここだけの秘密
Just
です
between you and me, that
そのメロ
melody
ディ
is the same as the login
私の
password
マイ
for my
パソコンの
computer.
ログインパスワードと同じなんです
Just like she said, the password for the encryption was the beginning of Mozart's 11th piano sonata. The hard drive was filled with information from half-written papers to line after line of keywords that she hadn't even turned into ideas yet. Of course, there was the time machine paper too. She'd already given Itaru a copy. When she got home, she was going to go over it thoroughly herself.
タイムマシン
A time machine, huh?
絶対に作ってみ
I'm
せる
gonna
わ
make it real,
そして
and I'm going to
絶
save
対に
her,
救ってみせる私のアマデウ
my
スを
Amadeus. The scenery outside the world began to move. The plane was moving down the runway for takeoff.
さようなら
Goodbye,
日本
Japan.
多分また
I'll
来ることに
probably
な
be
るわね
back.
いいえ
No,
絶
I
対に
know
ま
I
た来る
will. It's concluded that everyone has reading Steiner right, and that everyone experiences it differently. Seemingly, most people experience it with memories of dreams or feelings of deja vu. Yup.
その時には
I wonder if
会える
I'll
のか
see
しらね
Kyoma Hyoin then.
法院京馬さ
I
んに
guess he doesn't appear in this yet.
まあもしもまだ
Well,
ヘタレな
even
ま
if
まだ
he's
った
still
として
acting
も
like a whiny loser,
その
I'll
時
smack him and
私が
wake
引
him
っ
up.
叩いて
Good.
起動させてみせるわ
She had a lot to do. Her life was about to get very interesting.
いけない
Oh no,
切
I
るの
forgot
忘
to
れて
turn it
た
off.
ちょっとだけ
Just a little. It's about time for takeoff. You have to turn the phone off during takeoff. But then you can't see this, can you? I should have sent it earlier. Sorry. Oh. It wasn't for a very long time, but I had so much fun with you. Let's see each other again someday for sure. I'll send you lots of 9 messages, so send me lots back, okay? Alright, later. Bye bye. See you again, Maho.
またね
See you soon, Moika. I'm glad Moika finally got a, like, actually good friend. Like, she deserves that shit. If Kurisu's the result of uploading memories to Amadeus, then it only makes sense that what affects a human's memories would affect Amadeus too. Yeah. That's what was said and established, yes.
いつだって誰かを思う優しい嘘だってみんなちゃんと知ってるずっと一緒にいたいよ本当の気持ちこれは愛なのかな
So what if Amadeus started remembering that fateful summer that never happened? That might be possible in other endings. Like, I wouldn't doubt it. Especially since, like, Kurisu tried to touch Maho and is surprised that she couldn't touch her. So... Yeah, it's late. A lot of Steins Gate, like fucking 5 hours of Steins Gate. This is gonna be so much fun to edit tomorrow. I love this for myself. Yeah, any other days would be when I would finally be laying down for bed. Yeah. I would have already been asleep personally. Yeah, what time did you guys vote for the watch along for tomorrow? Well, I guess Catman, 6 p.m. Okay. As long as I actually start working on the fucking video when I wake up, it should be fine. I love that Catman has sent me pictures of him petting Guardian in the pet showcase. Please, everyone, behold of those beautiful images. But, we're now 3 out of 6 endings. Fuck yeah. Yeah, the next 2 Saturdays off too, so that'll be fun. Oh yeah, that's gonna be so much fun for you. Assuming that I do Steins Gate during Donathon, because I do plan doing that Thursday, so. I have mixed feelings about this ending because there was too many points where I'm like, I miss the Kagari ending. Like, the Kagari ending also had its own, like, rough points, but, like, no one fucking died. I'm not gonna find anyone to raid, am I? Well, I might. Oh. We actually broke the 5-hour mark. Jesus fucking Christ. Maria's probably would wish she was dead if she had thoughts still. I mean... I don't care about Rios being alive or dead, though. Yeah, she deserved it. Unless you guys have a specific person you would like for me to raid, I think I'm probably just gonna call it here. I'm not gonna bother raiding someone because it's late. I want to bed. She absolutely did, but that's still a casualty. But it's a deserved casualty, so it doesn't count. Okay, but do you care about me raiding being Sage, whoever that is? Not especially. If I meet you, any last chances for you? Is there anyone in particular you care about me rating? If not, I'll just end stream and call it. Still done? No? Okay. Then we just got the beautiful honors of saying goodnight to each other. Isn't this cute? I feel like it's been a really long time since I've ended stream without reading someone. I think the last time I didn't read someone was after Fault Milestone. But it was like even later. I do remember trying to find someone to raid, at least, but... Yeah, Iron Mouse sleeping, I won't say for you. Something I'm kind of worried about the other endings is that since I need to go back all the way to the first chapter, if there's like another shared chapter between all of them, that's possible. Let me look up my little chart thing. Well, maybe there isn't. Besides the true ending and my UD ending, anyway. I don't remember if you rated anyone, but I remember during the Endless Higurashi night that went on for so long, a British person I follow went live. Oh dear. This pasta salad is very fucking good. 10 out of 10 would get again. I'm so glad I sent you out to get me the salad. I just kind of wish I did it earlier. But then again, if I could predict this would be the longest one, you know. Habanero lentil brand chips are also fantastic, very good. But okay, thank you guys for joining me for this very long adventure. I'm fine. Sure. I will not be streaming tomorrow, but in the Discord, we will be having a watch along at 6 p.m. PST for the rest of Spy Family. Hopefully, I'm done editing Steins Gate before then, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. This is a lot of fucking footage. But until then, bye bye, I guess. Yeah. Good night, everyone. Sleep well.